Hello, YouTube Cubes. It is the final SotO episode in the playlist, at least. Today is the final day we're going to focus SotO. If you did not see, Guild Wars 2 Janther Wilds has been announced. And so, therefore, if you'd like to support me, there's a link in the doobly-doo or on the Discord, or I posted it here on the community page for YouTube. If you disable your ad blocker and enable your cookies and go to that link, you will support me by buying the expansion at no extra cost to you. Other than that, I just want you to buy the expansion because Janther Wilds is going to have housing, spears, a legendary spear with that, and a back piece. What else was in there? Raids, new raid wing. There's going to be a fractal. There's a lot of stuff. 2 new maps. I said cookies. Z Highness, hello. Other than that, we're not really going to be talking about what's coming up, but instead what has already come and gone. We'll revisit Interneos today. We will revisit the meta that we didn't get to actually visit last time. And we'll see about any leftover achievements, that kind of stuff, and where I'm at on my legendary armor. But for the most part, I will talk about the blog post. We'll get started with that here soon. And just give some final thoughts to it. Today's show isn't going to be the longest show, I don't think. Maybe something will, I don't know, catch my attention. The other thing is the Dragon Bash is going on. Forgot it was releasing yesterday. Missed that. So we had... we did the Dragon Bash stuff yesterday, if you wanted to check that out. But yeah, this is, I think, part 20 of the SotO stuff. The next series we will have for Guild Wars 2 will be the Guild Wars 2 Janther Wilds. So, yeah. It's been a year almost since SotO was announced. I think it was announced June 27th last year. So we're getting Janther Wilds a little earlier than that. Makes sense when a new system is closing in on its second expansion, maybe? I don't know. When the pricing models and stuff like that are all worked out, it's easier to get stuff out earlier and have a different cadence and that kind of stuff. That's better. And we'll talk about that a bit as we go through things. Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday are the next couple parts to Tears of the Kingdom 100%. If you're wondering where that is, we will be getting back to that tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably be beating the game for the first time. I can't promise that, but we'll be finishing up the surface and stuff. So that'll be part 18 of that series. So we'll see where we're at after that. And Friday we'll probably be side questing a lot, finishing stuff up, getting the resources and stuff we need from the side quests. And then I'm trying to think what else is left with that series. I think that's it. Like, we have to upgrade all the armor and stuff, but like that's just grind at this point. So we'll see. Anything else to talk about here before we get started? I don't think so. Let me jump over to Guild Wars 2 here in the OBS. Okay. Just making sure the game would work. So, again, just to go over some things that happened yesterday. We got the Dragon Bash going on. Again, as you noticed, I haven't done all the dailies and that kind of stuff. I don't need to as a veteran. There was a new achievement. What was that one called? Uh-oh. Masters Arena? No. Salt Spray Survived is what it was. And you need to beat the Salt Spray Dragon at difficulty 3. You'll get a mini there. 5 achievement points, and then the annual came back. We speed ran that yesterday, sort of. But I was able to get everything done yesterday in about 3 hours or less. I think it was closer to 2.5. So, Paladin, hello, welcome. Yeah, so there it is. Another 50 achievement points added in, plus another 5. So, yeah. With the last 3 festivals, it guarantees I'm going to get to the 44.5 chest for achievements. But we are aiming for the 45,000 point AP chest here. 45,000 AP chest. There we go. You know, because why not? You have to have goals in life. You have to have goals. And then the next major one after that will be the 47.5, I think. Because it's every 2,500. But truly, the next big one after 45,000 is the 50,000 achievement point chest, which is a pretty big deal if you've gotten it in the game, stuff like that, because you're in the top, like, ridiculous percent of players. You've accomplished a lot of content. But anyhow, I expect the expansion to really help with a lot of achievement points like SotO did, so, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. We did hit our goals for this year for legendary armor and that kind of stuff, and we'll see what happens. We won't get the legendary spear until the first update. Oh, that reminds me, there is a new blog post about spears, answering some of those questions. Spears will be two-handed. You will need multiple spears to use them on land and underwater. I thought these things were sort of like self-explanatory, but I guess not really when you think about it. But you will need up to 4 spears if you just want spears on a character. And that's if they can equip spears underwater, because if they can't equip spears underwater, they still can't. But every class will be able to use spears on land once you unlock it in the mastery. It'll automatically come in PvP, and you can unlock it in World vs. World as well. So, spears. I will be checking that out. The beta is on June 27th to 30th for that. Also, the Dragon Bash patch notes stuff said it went from June 6th to the 27th, I think. That was not correct. It is June 4th to the 25th. So let me see if they updated that really quick. Whoops. What just happened? Okay. Let me double check. Let me double check. Decorations. June 4th to the 25th. Good. Okay. So that got fixed. Awesome. All right. Making sure. But I'm sure we're going to get a lot of news about the expansion. But let's go backwards for a moment here, away from what just happened into a blog post that happened about 2 weeks ago now. But let's bring that up. This was a Secrets of the Skewer looking back and forward. It is brought to you by Josh Davis. It was posted May 28th, 2024. This was posted, I think, the day after, a couple days after, something like that we did our last SotO part. So I'm just going to go through this and talk about it a bit, because I think it is extremely important to, Janther Wilds and that stuff moving forward. I expect there will still be mistakes, things to learn, as there always are as you're moving forward with projects and things like that. Even if you've been doing it for years, there's always something to learn. Give me a moment here to adjust my desk, and let me drink some of this before we get started. Okay. Let's do this. So, hey Guild Wars 2 community, Josh Davis here, game director of Guild Wars 2. Last week's content I knew it. I knew I wasn't going to be able to use my mouth today. Last week's content update was a significant milestone for us, both technically and symbolically. It marked the final major release for Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Skewer. Our first foray into the annual expansion model first announced in early 2023. As we conclude one chapter with the final content update of SotO, we eagerly prepare to unveil the details of our next expansion, which we all learned about yesterday. Before we all get swept up by next week's news of what's coming for Guild Wars 2, I want to take a moment to reflect on the development of SotO and some of the high-level learnings that we've taken forward with us into our 5th expansion. You won't learn about the specific features, setting, or story for our next expansion, because we already know it, but you'll have a better understanding how we're approaching the development. And so we're going to get a bit of a retrospective here. Just immediately, the way Josh Davis is approaching this is a not what were the little things, what were the small things of the expansion that needed to be focused on, the little mistakes. He's talking about the overarching things that impacted the expansion as a whole or big picture, that even if it was small, it was significant enough to sort of create ripples. So as we read through this, try to keep that in perspective in the retrospective, that they're not talking about, you know, a messed up event. They're not talking about an NPC that didn't work or a story part that, you know, stalled or whatever. They're talking about things that actually affected the expansion as a whole. And that's important because if you didn't know, I gave the expansion a 7.5 out of 10, which is on the lower side of the expansions, what I've given them in the past. So the lowest one is Heart of Thorns. Gonna always sit at a 7 out of 10 or lower. I don't like Heart of Thorns. I love the things it brought. I hate what Heart of Thorns is. I think all the expansions and the features that have come after Heart of Thorns have definitely improved Heart of Thorns, but Heart of Thorns itself alone, still a very rough expansion to me. A lot of people love it. I do not. I am one of the haters. But SotO, I didn't love it either, but at the same time, I did enjoy a good amount of it. And it was just ended up being, it wasn't like the most fantastic thing to play, but it wasn't bad. So it just ends up being good, which is a 7.5 out of 10. You know, like, if 5 is the middle of just like, you know, it is what it is, it was better than that. So, how dare me? Ada, hello. Happy Dragon Bash Day and Spears hype. Ada, where were you yesterday, Ada? What the frick? We're going through all the stuff yesterday, Ada. We all missed you. And you could have told me the Dragon Bash was happening. No, I hope you're having a great one. Welcome. But yes, my criticisms are harsh to a lot of people. But I don't know. I'm always willing to change. I'm open-minded. We'll see. Well, you're here now. Yes, you are. All right, here we go. A quick history refresher. A little over a year and a half ago, we announced that we'd be transitioning from the long-standing Living World model to smaller, more frequent annual expansion releases. This was a significant shift, but the new direction was born out of examination of pain points experienced by our players and our developers. The reasons we laid out for this change, and we'd hoped to achieve it, and what we hoped to achieve by it were simple but deeply important. Deliver content updates in a more consistent and timely manner. Provide better support for the systems and game modes that make up Guild Wars 2 experience. And enable ArenaNet employees to enjoy a better work-life balance. I think all three of those things were actually delivered. More than likely, I cannot speak for the ArenaNet employees. But all the game modes are being looked at now, especially. We had updates to PvP, a lot of updates to World versus World, and PvE got a lot of quality of life stuff and things like that. I do think the systems are being improved, and the content was very consistent. It was very predictable. So yeah, and if the employees are having a better work-life balance, good. Good. I think developers get overworked. I think the idea of a pressure cooker work environment is just stupid. It's dumb. Those are left out for dangerous jobs, not creating something that's supposed to be fun. Yes, there will always be stress to work. Yes, there will always be stress to life. But at the same time, if there's a way to mitigate any of it, through making things more predictable, work more steady and consistent, even in the workplace. It makes better product. It makes a more higher quality product. But obviously we didn't get the highest quality product. I mean, it's pretty obvious. So, yeah. Now that we've completed a full expansion release cycle, I can confidently say we've made significant strides towards these goals. So Josh Davis is saying that they didn't meet the goals, but significant strides towards the goals. I disagree. I do think some of these, at least 2 of those goals have been met, probably just not at the highest quality. So maybe that's why it's sort of pulled back on there. But as with all things, there's rooms for improvement, both in terms of content we deliver and the processes which we deliver it. For today, I'm going to focus on some of what we learned on the content side of things. So the story. Love Arc Basin, that's why it makes me grumpy. Okay, Heart of Thorns has very nice thing. It's a necessary evil. Heart of Thorns as a whole expansion is terrible. Okay? The reason why it is because we get great things. Elite specs. Awesome metas. We get like the system, guild halls, right? A lot of that stuff came out of Heart of Thorns. But when you're playing Heart of Thorns, when you're running across the maps, when you're doing the mapping, when you're doing the story, when you're doing the content unlocks, when you're doing the stuff that is required to play through Heart of Thorns, it's bad. In essence, the reason why I don't like Heart of Thorns is because it has amazing new systems that absolutely just get shit on by everything else that was mismanaged, and it was very obvious. The story is the just terrible point. You can see on the maps that they cut things out for content because they either ran out of time or didn't know how to develop it. And it's the most obvious place in all of Guild Wars 2. Like when you get to Dragon Stand, right? When you get to the place where you're fighting the big dragon in the meta, right? The reason why Heart of Thorns sucks is because there was supposed to be another lane to an already complex meta, and I have no idea who was managing that area, but what the hell were you doing? Ain't it? And it was really obvious they just had no idea where they were going with the story until they just got there. Because the story's so chopped up, there's the Nightmare Court in there suddenly, then they're killing off main characters, and they're trying to do this, and it's moving fast, and it's not moving at all, and then we don't know what's happening, and blah, blah, blah. Also, we can go into Season 3, which ended up just being all over the place, too. The verticality was brutal at the time, but again, if we go back now, right? We have mounts that take care of that verticality. We understand, we have builds that do not struggle. You got to remember, you needed 400 hero points to unlock your elite spec, not 250. 400. People couldn't even get to the more powerful, so they nerfed the standard stuff. And then they had these great boosted elite specs you couldn't even get to. Like I went in with my warrior who never struggled with any content. All of Living World Season 2, never struggled with it, right? And if I did, there were things I could do to change my build. I went into Heart of Thorns and died and died and died and died and died and died so many fucking times. I have no idea what quality assurance existed at ArenaNet. And that's where all the speculation that ANET didn't have quality assurance came from, is Heart of Thorns. Because there's no way that got tested. There's no way you sent out regular meta builds or non-meta builds for that matter out into the Heart of Thorn maps at all. There was just no way that many people, good players, were just dying left and right. You get into a meta and you just see a bunch of people just collapse because conditions or they're just stuck. Right? Because they clear a condition and they immediately get it back and then they just die because they can't get out of the poison. Like everything that was added in Heart of Thorns was to step up the difficulty, but they didn't give us anything, any bridge into that stuff. If we just had the elite specs like from the get-go, it wouldn't have hurt that bad. But not only that, they got so much stuff wrong. You got to remember that there was so much they had to fix in Heart of Thorns. We had a content drought of 9 months of nothing after Heart of Thorns came out, because that's how bad the content used to be. You got to remember, Heart of Thorns ended up creating one of the worst eras of Guild Wars 2 afterwards. There was nothing. There was nothing ArenaNet could do after that except watch players quit the game. Because I can't think of a more divisive expansion than what Heart of Thorns ended up being. Because people kept saying, but we got elite specs, we got guild halls, we asked for these things. Yes, but we couldn't get to those things. I mean, PvP was falling apart before that, but yeah, raids, it was such a divisive thing. I want to defend Heart of Thorns. I really do. And it's easier to defend today than it was back in 2015. But Heart of Thorns was one of the reasons why I was burning out in 2016. When season 3 was coming to an end, if Ruby was not sitting in my chat on Twitch telling me to wait for Path to Fire, I would have quit Guild Wars 2 then. And it would have been because of Heart of Thorns. And it just holds this part of me that I was there for the bullshit. I was there, one of the bricks that ended up becoming the pavement of what people enjoy now. And so when I see a veteran that lived in that era say that Heart of Thorns was good, you gotta be fucking lying to everyone. But if you say Heart of Thorns is good and you came into the game 3 years ago, I would agree with you. Because of what we have now. And that's it. But back then, we didn't have mounts to back up our gliding, and just unlocking the masteries took so long. It took like 3 months for me to get all the masteries done. And I was no chump at the game. I was in the top like 500 players in achievement points. I was in the top freaking 1,000 players of PvP. I had done thousands of hours of World versus World. I wasn't just a player like, going into it without any idea what was going on. I knew how to farm gold before people knew how to farm gold. Like, I was hitting 20 gold per hour back then, and like that was like people didn't believe it could happen. But even still, when Heart of Thorns came out, I was like, oh, I enjoy a lot of this. But after a while, it only took like 2 weeks, I think, before I was like, God, this really sucks. And that's when I switched to Necro. I quit Warrior because of Heart of Thorns. Because I went to Necro because I could unlock Reaper. And Reaper back then had a Condi build that was extremely broken. And if I did not pick that up to just clear out masses of things at a time for the players around me, it would have been bad. Like, putting on, like, Condi was not working even then. They had to fix conditions. It was crazy stuff. Like, there were so many systems that weren't working from the core game in Heart of Thorns that it took them 6 months to get a lot of that correct, and another 3 months of just trying to figure out what they were doing afterwards. Auric Basin became as good as it was. Auric Basin ended up being such a great map because of the months of work afterwards to balance the Octovine, so it didn't just fail. Like the amount of panic when one of the things went down was insane back then, but that's the way it was back then. Now when one of them goes down, it's like, okay, all the DPS, get to the other freaking Octovine, right? You're watching East bar not move now. You watch Northwest and South, their bars just drop, everything's good, and you're watching East and you're like, who's at East? And back then it'd be like, East, slow down, what are you doing? Like, it was crazy stuff back then. That's why Heart of Thorns is just never going to be above a 7 out of 10 for me. Because it is what it was. But now better. Because I think I gave it a 6 out of 10 back then, but I gave it a point back because of, like, when I go back to it now. Tangled Depths was one of the worst maps of all time in Guild Wars 2. I hated that map with such a passion that I could not play on that map without raging. Like, I couldn't be in a team speak back in the day. Like, I couldn't. Because if I was raging about that goddamn map. Because to get anywhere was a goddamn nightmare. You had to learn every new hawk tunnel. You had to know where the verticality was. You had to know, like, what tunnel went up and what tunnel went down that didn't have a new hawk tunnel, so you couldn't just teleport to a place. There were so many it was a maze, and then the mini-map just couldn't help you. And then when the devs came out and said, God, I hate mini-maps, and, like, that map especially is what they pointed out. It's like, so they knew it sucked. They knew it sucked, but still had to release it. And that's what sucked. And when we go through this stuff, it's such a breath of fresh air, because it's like, we know it sucks and we're not going to do that again. Like, right? But even then, it didn't suck as bad as it did then. And you can see between Heart of Thorns all the way to the end of Season 4, there was something wrong with ArenaNet. Something was going on in that company. And it reflects in the game. Because the disjointedness, just the weird changes in content, just from one episode to the next in the living world, stuff was really weird. It was just really weird. Even Season 4 sort of just ended on, like, are we done? Right? And then they're like, not only that, like, just the amount of shit that was coming out of that company at the time, just drama-wise or whatever, it just shouldn't have been happening because their leadership just did not have control of the situation for whatever reason. Now, completely different. It's like it's a whole different company. Had they been the way they were now back then, and I don't know their financial situation and stuff back then, so who knows what kind of stresses they had. But had the stuff that we're reading today been that way back in Heart of Thorns, it would have been one of the best first expansions of any MMO. But sadly, Guild Wars 2 didn't get that. Path of Fire was a lot of learning. It was a lot of introduction of features that we'd seen in other MMOs, but now better. You know, the mount system came out of it. But it wasn't like Path of Fire was like, you know, again, just wow. But the story was so much better. The story and the music and everything to it was just captivating, right? And it was great. And Path of Fire, 8.5 out of 10 for me. Just easy. Maybe a 9. But that's because I was like, I don't think we need a mount system. And then it came out and I was like, I will die on the hill for mounts for the rest of my life. We can beat that dead horse and I will use those horses as the wall for this hill. Like, that's what ANET did, right? And that's the ANET we knew. That's the ANET we loved when we were like, oh, ANET's coming out with something, right? But after Heart of Thorns, there was so much distrust that Season 3 just did not land well with the player base for the most part. Even though I loved Season 3, it just felt like, I don't know, pieces of something. Of storytelling. And you could tell it was broken up in teams because there were just certain things that the continuity just didn't exist. Even in Living World Season 2, you could see it. But luckily, we've been lucky enough that some of that stuff they have gone back to and have rewritten or changed a bit so it's not so jerky. But anyways, if you love Auric Basin, yes. The multi-map farming and all that kind of stuff I think was fantastic for the community. And the freshwater pearl farming was insane. That's how I was making 20 plus gold an hour. I think some people started hitting 40 something gold per hour because of Heart of Thorns. So it wasn't it again, there was like, you know, it was like panning for gold and we were finding nuggets. It was just that we weren't panning in a nice clear river. It was like we were panning for gold in sewer. Like the sewers is what we were going through. We had to go through all the shit before we finally got to clear water. And it just didn't feel good back then. And I think that's why a lot of Guild Wars 2 players, including myself, are jaded to this day. It's because of that expansion. And if it didn't bother the vets back then, it doesn't bother them now. But for me, I feel like I'm in that 50% that we just got hurt. We just got hurt from Season 1 to Heart of Thorns. to going into Season 3, and it just didn't get better for us. Until Path of Fire, and even then, I don't know. I don't know. A lot of people love Living World Season 4. I don't. I don't. I do not think it was the best Living World season. I truly think that Season 5, the Iceroot Saga, was going to be the best Living World season we ever had until it got chopped up by the expansion. That's the kind of stuff that can't happen anymore, though. We can't have a Heart of Thorns. We can't have a Season 3. We can't have a Season 5 be cut short and things rushed. We can't have that anymore for Guild Wars 2. So hopefully this system, what they're doing here for SotO and beyond, fixes that stuff forever. Because we can't have it. I don't think vets will survive another Heart of Thorns. I just don't think so. Jaded as fuck. Yes! And it is hard to shake it off. It is hard. Even now, when I see distrust from a vet or even friends of mine who play the game, who have played it for like 10 years plus, right? When I see the distrust, I have to ask, did you get that from Heart of Thorns? You know, was that a 2015 thing that you picked up on? Or was it something else? Was it something from Living World Season 4? Because you got to remember, entire episodes of Living World Season 4, there was like 2 or 3 of them you couldn't even play through on day 1. Like, they were just bugged, broken. Like, people's characters got stuck. You couldn't play your character till the next day. I don't remember when the rollback happened either. That happened for Guild Wars 2, but that's the only time I remember the longest downtime of Guild Wars 2. And there has never been queues. I don't know where people got this. There has never been queues for Guild Wars 2 open world PvE. I've looked. I don't know what you're talking about. I think they're talking about World versus World, where there's always been queues. But like for the game, getting in and playing it in PvE, I still don't know where people pick up on that. But I do feel like they're just mixing up all the things they did in Guild Wars 2. Like that, oh, I couldn't get into the content, so there was a queue system, just like other MMOs. Incorrect. There's not a queue system. I don't know. Mega servers came around because there just was no need for a queue system. You stopped doing map completes in HOT, too many bugs in Bug Wars 2? Jesus Christ. Luckily, we just don't have a lot of stuff like that anymore. There are stalls. There's always been event stalls, story stalls, that kind of stuff. I think it's because of the engine of Guild Wars 2 more than anything else. I don't think it's because developers send out a product that hasn't been tested well. I think when it goes live on the servers, something breaks between the servers and the engine when it comes to like an NPC transitioning into the next thing. Like there's some kind of hiccup there. That's what we've noticed over the years. Or when it's going from a cutscene back into the gameplay, that's when a lot of stalls happen too. So sometimes you have to skip the cutscene or it's going to stall. Or you have to watch the entire cutscene or it's going to stall. It's that kind of stuff. They usually can fix it, but there have been some that just, for years, like in, what is that, Lornar's Pass? Timberland Falls. Down in the ruins, the NPCs get stuck there all the time. And I mean, like, they've fixed it 4, 5, 6 times over the years. And it's just the weirdest thing. And devs have personally stood out there and pushed those events because of just, it's a weird bug. And it's that kind of stuff that makes me wonder, like, there's no way you can have thousands of other dynamic events work, and this one they just can't figure out for whatever reason. I really do think it's because the engine for that specific one just is trying to do something for whatever reason that the devs just just can't control. And they put in a bridge or a fix or whatever, right? They put in these nice little band-aids, but the band-aids don't hold because then the engine changes it again. It just rips the wound back open type of crap. It's crazy. Because just like the Q bug in World vs. World, I can only imagine just looking at legacy code and being frustrated. Just so freaking frustrated at the game because you can't fix something that should be fixable, but it's not. Obviously, the system just does not work with the engine or the engine with the servers. And technically, it's a engine to server problem because you're queuing up for a server and it's not letting people through. That's where we see the problems. So if you're ever like, why? Oh, this shit doesn't work. ArenaNet hasn't updated SotO titles when you do map completes. I don't know what that means. SotO titles? SotO titles? Am I reading it wrong? I don't know. We're going to get back to this, but I don't want people who think that HOT is better than a 7 out of 10 to think it is a 7 out of 10 or less. I want you to want it to be better than what I'm thinking it is. What I know it was. And how it's always just going to be that way for me. You know, it's like when you go to your favorite restaurant and people don't like that restaurant because they've gone there and gotten food poisoning. That's what it's like. It's not that your restaurant sucks. It's that 1, 2, or 3 times they've gone to your favorite restaurant and it sucked. And they just don't want to go back. That's what it is. I always like comparing food to expansions and restaurants because I think that's really what it's like. We get new meals and things and whatever food we can try, and it's never always going to hit right for everyone. Newer titles when you completed things in SotO? I'm sorry, I still don't understand. And it may be because there's not enough of this in me, or maybe I'm just missing a context clue. But anyways, let's continue. Let's continue with this from Josh Davis. Sorry for my rant there, but like, I hope that explains why some vets are the way they are, though. It's not like we want to hate the game. It's that we were conditioned to be distrustful and have disdain for certain features and content. And it's not even the devs that are probably there at ArenaNet now that caused it. That's what sucks for them. That's what sucks for them. But yeah. I always hope that the content ArenaNet releases is the content that people will enjoy. But when you don't enjoy it, it sucks. But at the same time, I will never not want the options for people to enjoy it. That's why I think them making raids is still okay. That if they make raids, like, I'm not going to be like, great, they're wasting their time on that content. I just don't agree with that. Because somebody out there has been waiting for raids for 5 years and is now going to get them. Like, that's the kind of stuff that we need to look forward to now. That ArenaNet is listening. They're willing to make content that we enjoy. They're willing to get player feedback and give us what we're asking for. And it's going to be one of those be careful what you ask for type of things then. Because if they do give us something like player housing and... Like, I already saw the people like, yeah, they're going to mess it up. It's blah, blah, blah. Without selling it to the community, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, there hasn't even been a blog post. Calm down. You don't even know what you're getting. They just gave you a synopsis, a very short, condensed thing. You don't know what you're getting. Shut up. You jaded vet. Are you active Guild Wars 2 hater? What is with that? You literally show up just to hate the game. Like, go away. Go do anything else with your life then. Why do you have to waste your energy on something you don't like? I don't get it. What happened to people? What do you like? Oh, you like eating grass? Then please go out and become a cow. Because at this point, I'm just tired of seeing you try to munch on everything else other people enjoy and spit it out and be like, look, oh, it's not as great as you think it is now. And it's like, you're the one ruining it. You asshole. Sometimes I get mad at the game, right? Like I pointed out yesterday. I'm literally getting gold/first place in things. And I'm mad at ArenaNet for it, but is that reasonable? No, and I know that. I know that. You shouldn't listen to me get mad at the game when I'm being successful. Only I get mad at success. Only I do. That's not true. I'm noticing a lot of people out there now getting mad that they're beating something and being mad at the developers for being able to beat it, but it's not the way they want to beat it. Like, what have we become? What have we become? But at least I own it. I put it in the fucking name, right? It says AngryZorric, not, oh, I'm going to be a white knight to ArenaNet until I just don't like something, Zorric. No, I'm just going to be mad. People are like, what's he mad about? And a lot of people just shrugging their shoulders like this. I don't know, man. He's winning. I don't understand. That's like getting a champion trophy. As my buddy said last night, you get a champion trophy and you go, pfft. Yeah. But I didn't get 12-1. I only got 10-1. Like, just being mad that you just didn't do better for whatever reason, and then you blame the game. Correct. And I know what the problems are too. That's the funny part. I know why the thing isn't working as well as it could, and it could be out of ArenaNet's control. It's out of my control, obviously, right? And I'm just mad. I'm just mad it exists. That's it. Is it fair to ArenaNet? Sometimes it is, because I know they can fix it. I know it's the servers, okay? I know it. 9 times out of 10, it's a server problem or an engine problem, okay? 9 times out of 10. Because ArenaNet fix it, yes. But I don't think they have the $2.8 billion that they would need to fix it, okay? That's sort of their problem on a different scale. I'm just saying, if we gave ArenaNet more money, maybe some of this shit that makes me angry or the Jaded Vets angry would go away. But I think they're trying their best with what they have. That's all I'm saying. Go eat grass. I'm not saying go eat grass unless you're one of those people who've already gone to Reddit and said that the housing system is going to be shit. When today on Twitter, I read that the dev who worked on that system worked on Sims 4, right? And if you've ever seen their editing system on Sims 4, it's actually pretty good. But that means if we're getting that kind of editing system in Guild Wars 2 style, we're in for a treat. We are. Because I like the Sims. I love the Sims ability to edit things. If you've ever messed with the dev functionality inside of that stuff too, it's actually really good. I don't like their model process for money and things, but I'll tell you, I really enjoy, messing with the game sometimes, like The Sims. Yeah, it is cool information. I think ArenaNet now has the skill / talent / experience that they need right now to make a better game. But are we going to get the full force of what their ambition is, or is it going to be continually held back by the community, money, NCSoft, right? What's going to hold them back is the question. And is a new game going to solve that, or just compound a problem that we already know is there, type of thing? That's why Guild Wars 3 is scary when you think about it. Would a new game engine fix a lot of the frustrations that we feel now, but would the game be so different that it's just not Guild Wars anymore anyways? Like, that's the kind of thing you have to think about. But I don't know. those are just some thoughts coming out after I've ranted here, because there's always so much nuance to a situation that we must remember that they're not out to get us. Well, sometimes I do, like with freaking raids, right? Like Josh Davis was sitting in my chat and he said, what'd he say? No raids? Hit the button. This AngryZorric guy, fuck him. Make a raid. He wants to say we're not doing raids, we're doing raids. And the entire dev team's like, okay, Josh, relax. We'll make a raid. But I know they did it because I said there wasn't going to be any more raids. I feel like that happens all the time. The mount system, I don't think the game needs mounts. That's what I said. I was like, I was against mounts. And then they hit the goddamn button. I've talked about this so many times when I'm streaming that, like, yeah, they're not going to fix that because, or, you know, what's the reason to fix that? And then some goofball in the company, I don't know why, some goober just comes in and says, what'd he say? They're never going to have auto salvage? What'd he say? They're never gonna put colorblind features in the game? Button? You know what that button says? Prove him wrong. Psh, and they just hit it. The same thing when I'm playing World versus World and something doesn't work. I swear a dev is just waiting, being like, oh yeah, you wanna fuck with our game mode? Doesn't work now, does it? That's all in my head. Story! The conclusion of Elder Dragon Saga and Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons, which I think is one of the best expansions that this game will probably see in a long time, although it is very flawed towards the end. I gave it a 9 out of 10. I love the music. I love the graphic work. I love just the story. God, the story was so good. Just so much of End of Dragons is what ArenaNet does right. I do think the pandemic and all that kind of stuff did hurt it, but it may have also made it better in other ways. So, and I mean, we got a full legendary weapon set. We got the legendary weapon set that I've always wanted, right? You have a base set and then you can turn it into other things. Just that kind of stuff. I love it. I love it. Anyways, conclusion to Elder Dragon Saga Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons presented us with a unique opportunity to delve into different kind of storytelling. We aim to focus on deeper narratives grounded in the characters and circumstances around the player character. However, with SotO, our ambition led us to take a broader scope than was feasible. So I've talked about this. There's too much going on. In End of Dragons, it works because it was an expansion worked over years, and we had a long time to play it, a good 6 months. I think about 6 months, 5 months, something like that, to sort of comb through the content, and the lore wasn't just dumped everywhere. It was in the storytelling, which made it really good. I felt like SotO's story was sort of chopped up and thrown around in the open world a bit too much. But anyways, continuing, we introduced a lot of new characters, and the plot was too complex for what can be reasonably handled within an annual expansion. This left some character interactions feeling rushed and story threads unexplored. More isn't always better. That is the industry problem right there. Then that's the solution. Less is more. Sometimes if you try to do too much, and that ambition gets you especially, you're going to muddy the water. There's just going to be things left out in the open, all that kind of stuff. Television shows are like the biggest victim of this in this day and age when it comes to media. But for video games themselves, they're trying to put too much complexity in their video games, story-wise or otherwise. And it's just like, stop. It's time to end that. I'm glad they recognize it, because that's huge that they see that, like, you know, it's okay to introduce new characters, but we didn't just have a new, like, you know, just like 3 or 4 new characters. We had an entire ensemble of just people, like a bunch of names that, you know, am I gonna remember them in a year from now type of thing. Like, it was a lot, and it was and that was just the characters, let alone the entire idea of the cryptids and what they are. People still don't understand that, and how Epark was the villain and that kind of thing. It just sort of just couldn't hit because there was too much. Continuing on, we learned a lot from this experience. We have a much greater understanding of the story scale within our new release structure. For our next expansion, we're going to tell a more grounded story set in a new region of Tyria with more of a focus on local threats and the global conversation around those threats. Tyria, despite all its challenges, has continued to stir. While we leave Naos and the Cryptists to enjoy their newfound freedom, the story will pick up on some threads starting in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of Obscure, continuing with the Astral Ward arc, their moral ambiguity, and their relationship to Tyria. So we're not getting away from the Astral Ward, but it looks like we're going towards something that is going to be a little more recognizable, and that's pretty obvious. We're going to a place that was in Guild Wars 1, not fully, but it was there, the Isles of Janthier, and we're going to sort of have some... That was the problem, I think, with SotO. Nothing was really recognizable to even Guild Wars 1 players, but it wasn't recognizable to even Guild Wars 2 players. Like, there was a lot of stuff like, okay, this is all new, you know, and new faces and new a new look to things and stuff like that. And I think it was just too much. I don't know. I think, funny enough, I think the Cryptists sort of ate itself. I think the Cryptists as a species, race, whatever, and just overall story point just sort of ate itself because there was too much going on, and you couldn't just absorb what was happening. You couldn't live in the moment, I guess, is how I could say it. Felt like you were, for me, it felt like I was always missing something, but when I would go back to like double check, is that I knew it. It just seemed a little too like ambiguous at times. Like, oh yeah, so that's why they act this way and why they feed on emotions. But then after a while you forget it again. So it made them sort of like just sort of there, and it sucked at times. While Peita was a better written character, and Peita had an ambition and sort of a linear path. I'm gonna go beat this guy and I'm gonna take his throne, right? And that was easier to digest than the other parts that were happening in the lore, or what the Astral Ward, like, I didn't like Isgarin. A lot of people out there did. I just felt like his writing made him end up just being there versus a force for the Cryptists or against it or whatever, and it wasn't so much ambiguous like it should have been, with it up in the air, because in the conclusion we see that a lot of the NPCs that we met, they were for freeing the Cryptists and sort of letting them exist, but it wasn't enough soon enough, I think. And I really do feel like getting a nod from Isgarin and then having Isgarin join the final fight would have been so much better than how it played out. Him just showing up being like, okay, I'm gonna get my punch in. I don't know. It just felt weird. Just didn't feel like what Isgarin would have done from what I saw to that point. But a lot of people disagree, and I'm thankful for that, because I really did feel like maybe I got it wrong, so I have gone back and looked at it. I still sort of feel the same, but I have taken a step or two back from that. I don't think he's as bad as I felt at the end of the story for SotO. And it could be because of those small gaps in between playing the story and not playing the story. But there was a lot of stuff like that. But I do think it's because there was too much going on. So, like, a lot of it got drowned out and you forget things that were happening. Binary, hello. Sims housing. You know, just to touch on the housing, I don't mean to break away. Well, we're going to go into map design. Just a quick intermission to talk about housing really quick. I really do hope that housing in the future does not just stay a homestead. And I'm not saying next year, I'm not saying even the year after that, but maybe 3 or 4 years down the line for an expansion, we can trade homesteads to different places. So like having a homestead on a floating island or an airship, you know? And somebody said they should just sell them. They should just straight up $10. You want a different kind of homestead? Because people would pay money for that. Now, I don't like selling features microtransactionsly because I think it ruined fishing. But at the same time, I don't know. I think I would be one of the suckers. They were like, do you want your homestead here? $10. I might be one of those suckers that says, you know what? Okay, $10. You know, because that looks great or whatever. Much like the Jade bots and stuff like that, you know, as that stuff comes out. But at the same time, ArenaNet isn't charging us sub cost. They're charging us a yearly sub cost if you really want to look at it that way. But $25 a year for content, I just don't think is a bad deal for what ArenaNet is delivering. But to each their own type of thing. But the microtransaction store does keep the game alive. And I support the microtransaction store, but you know I'm going to always give my opinion and tell you what a good deal is, because I don't want you to waste your money either when it comes to functionality. If you want to spend 1,600 gems on a mount skin that looks basic AF, that's your problem, but thank you for having that problem. You know, like, it's really hard to be against something that's making the game possible. You know what I mean? But at the same time, hopefully we can continue to get features that don't have to be paid for, like we have been too. Like, a lot of quality of life stuff is free for the whole base game. So, like, the base game itself is improving as these expansions come out with those quarterly updates or whatnot. So that stuff is going to continue. Old content is going to be improved. And that's the thing that's hidden behind all of this, is that the fact that the game as a whole is getting better. It's just we're so focused on the newest thing that we forget that the old things did need to be improved. Like, you know, the candy corn gobbler, right? Instead of needing the candy corn in your inventory and then like hitting it and then pulling yourself out of whatever, like, now it's just a merchant shop type thing. You can buy so many charges of it and then that's it, you have it. That kind of stuff is probably already forgotten, especially by vets, but people who actively use it, you know, it's better. Just like when the salvage all stuff came out, it was such a great improvement to not have to sit there and salvage things one by one, although that's what I do now again, but it's for other reasons. So Random host said, no, I do not hope it becomes mount skin related, but they probably could probably make money on it. I forget where they ended up. I think it was 1,200 gems to choose a mount skin in those systems. But yeah. Thomas, hello. There's 6 plots for planting. So what a lot of people seem to be missing with the homesteads too is that all of our old nodes and stuff are going into the homestead. That's what they've said. That's what they've stated. So anything you've unlocked in your personal home story instance will go to the homestead. So there is still going to be gathering and stuff there. How that looks, I don't know. And then if we do get new nodes and stuff from the homestead, that would be really cool as well. But until I see the blog post, I don't want to speculate too much because I might overhype myself for something that I'm already resigning myself to accepting as a better home instance. In the sense of all my crap is going to be somewhere and I'm not going to have NPCs all over the goddamn place getting in my way. What I hope is it's a little more organized so it doesn't take me 7.5 minutes to go through all my stuff every day. It only takes me 5 type of thing. But who knows? Who knows? And I also want to know what you can show off and how. I feel like we're getting a new crafting profession with it too, because scribing makes sense, but will we get, but at the same time, like, I don't know. Is it going to be a new crafting thing for our home instance? Because how are they going to separate out what's for a guild hall and what's for a homestead, if that makes sense? Like, that's what I'm struggling with personally. Like, how is that going to work? Much like with the legendary armor. Well, how am I going to get the heavy, light, or medium armor that I want? And then it turns out we have to buy it from a merchant. And it ended up being weird, right? But at the same time, something had to separate it. My problem is, how's that going to work with the homestead? You know? I want to see what they say first, then speculate on what they didn't tell us. If that makes sense. I hope it's not connected to Scribe for decorating. Not everyone has Scribe. Yeah, that's why I also think it's going to be different too, right? Scribe came with HOT. But at the same time, I don't know how these expansions, how well they're going to work without the other expansions. I really do hope in the future it all starts to just snowball into one price. And then like the two expansions in front of it, they're still separate. But, you know, so they have all the game and then this expansion. So it'd be like right now it would be 4 and 5 for the expansions, but 3 and everything else together. Then when 6 comes out, 4 gets put into that snowball. Same price. It just gets snowballed in. 5 becomes a little bit cheaper, and 6 is the sell point. I really do hope that's where the price points end up, because I do feel like people are just going to fall behind because they're not going to be able to keep up with $25. But at the same time, if they continue with new features that are fantastic, you're going to be paying a lot of money for that. Again, veterans sort of get screwed when they're always there buying the stuff first, but at the same time, it's $25 versus like a $60 thing every year or something like that. I don't feel like it's going to end up being like a Modern Warfare, Call of Duty weird crap where they just copy paste the game, pay $60, and good luck to you, and nothing's really new. I just don't think that's going to be what's going to happen with these expansions. That's how I feel. But at the same time, yes, how do you introduce things that were introduced as a feature in something else? But at the same time, Skyscale was a feature of Living World Season 4, and they brought it in again. So when they revamp something, it's sort of like giving someone a second chance if they don't have the content to get some of the content. Like the War Claw is introduced in World vs. World, this is an opportunity for those in PvE land who don't World vs. World to get the War Claw and make it something fun and functional. And those who have had it to actually get it to do something in PvE, which is cool, in my opinion. I find it really interesting that ArenaNet is doing that kind of stuff. And I think it's good for the game. And some people are going to be like, oh yeah, they're just reusing content. Good. Good. You want to know why that's good? Because it's refined content. And I think refined content is better than just trying to come up with something new and it not working, like the latest Fractals CM. I'm sorry. Okay, I should have talked about it. I'm not playing it, but man, woo, some words have been said about that Fractal. What is happening with Fractals? Don't worry about it, Zork. We're moving on to map design. We all ready for map design? Are we ready? Map design. In SotO, we delivered 3 new open world maps. The first 2, Omnitas and Skywatch Archipelago, came with the expansion's launch in August 2023. The third map, Interneos, was released with the first quarterly update in November 2023 and was then expanded on in our second, third quarterly updates with new playable space and event content. After extensive adventuring in Interneos in recent months, it's clear that using a single map as a main focal point for 3 releases is not ideal from a player or developer standpoint. Our decision to do so originally stemmed from production constraints and overlapping development timelines between expansions, but we've since identified some ways to mitigate those issues, both in terms of release structure and process improvements. So they're learning. That's good. And I like how they say it's not ideal from a player or developer standpoint. So it hit on both sides. The developers didn't like the way it happened, and obviously the players didn't like the way it happened. And they recognize it. Great. For our next expansion, our first 2 maps will be released at the expansion's launch, just as they did in SotO. However, the final map will arrive in the second quarterly update and be expanded upon in the third, meaning it will be expanded on for 2 total releases like Bjor Marches and Drizzlewood Coast. I think that's better. Immediately, I'm just going to cut in here. I think that's better. When they've taken a map and they've cut it up into 3 pieces, it's always just been weird. when they've done 2, you get like this sort of nice first part that has its own structure, and then a second part that has its own structure, but they tend to like collapse into each other. Versus the way Interneos feels is like you're doing 3 maps worth of work to get 1 result, and it feels like a lot. Again, it just feels like a lot. When Drizzlewood came out, I think Drizzlewood Coast is one of the best maps in the game. It could be my world versus world bias coming in there, but I think Drizzlewood had great rewards, a great structure for moving the map, and it did feel like the second half, while different, was sort of a lot of the same thing, except it was pushing to the end meta that you were working for from the beginning, even on the south side. Just had the intermission in the middle. While it does take like an hour and a half to finish that map, I think it is a lot better. A lot of people weren't there for Dry Top, but Dry Top was also chopped up into a lot of pieces for the story and things. And I feel like that map just... I don't know. Just didn't hit right as well as it could have. Silver Waste was chopped up the same way, but it was different because they didn't add so much new map as they added in new meta material. So, you know, I feel like ArenaNet tried to go back and do it again. It just still didn't work, and now they're realizing, yeah, we're not going to do it this way anymore. But also, it's going to be the second quarterly update and the third. So it's not the first. So the first update in November, we're not getting any new map, right? That's what that means, right? But we'll see how that works out, which I also think is okay. But we'll see. Not only does this give our team a bit more time to develop the third map, it also means that the story during the next expansion cycle will better leverage all 3 maps and take you back to familiar areas from your past adventures. While the first quarterly release after the expansion's launch won't include the third open world map for the... Okay, I should have just read. Open world of the expansion, as it did with SotO, there will be plenty of new content to keep you busy in that time frame in terms of story, open world content, and encounters. Now that's a little vague. Again, check back in next week, but rest assured that first quarterly release will include some really exciting, something really exciting that players will be requesting over 5 years. That's obviously the raid, and not other content that we've been asking for 5 years. But that's good. All right. I think this is a good way. Let's see what happens, though. It's just going to be one of those things. We got to see what happens with it. I can't predict that kind of result in the future, but I do think the third map, Interneos, was just chopped up to bits, and it's just not as good as it maybe could have been. So, also, I don't know why they don't go back to other maps, too, and explore those a bit. Because I sort of wish they would give us updated maps in the expansions. So like going back to a map we've been to before, but it's now different for whatever reason. But we can still go back to the old map if we need to. If that makes sense. I got kicked out of the game. Give me 1 second. Mother frickin'. But yeah, I think that will be good. The maps overall, I felt like Omnitas was the weakest, though. I really felt like that map just... I don't really know why we were going there, besides to fight back the Cryptus and do rifts. You know, like, I don't know. I just don't know. All right, features. Let's see what Josh Davis has to say about features. MMOs are made up of numerous gameplay systems and content types, each with a different role to play in the game experience. As games go on, they tend to accumulate more and more systems and features from expansions and the like, which is fine if there's effort put into maintaining and updating those systems. Looking back over the game's history, I think this maintenance and upkeep is one of the areas we have fallen short. At times, even fallen into the trap of releasing new features for the sake of releasing new features, even if they overlap with something that already exists. This is something we've been referring to eternally as putting a hat on a hat. Over the last 2 years, we put much of the focus on upkeep and iteration of systems and avoiding unnecessary bloat where possible. We put more of a focus on maintaining live game systems, and with SotO, we even went to the extent of entirely reworking existing features to make room for more modernized solutions. The Wizard's Vault is a good example of this strategy working out well for us. You can expect to see a new system being introduced in Expansion 5 that adds a meaningful new way to spend your time in Guild Wars 2 while using this as an opportunity to greatly improve the player experience with related existing game systems. Overall, we were a bit conservative with features in the Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure, trying to strike the right balance between scope, schedule, and risk while navigating a new content structure. We've ironed out a lot of the kinks here, and it's allowed us to be a bit more ambitious with our next expansion. Next week can't come soon enough. And we sort of know what that is. Homesteads are obviously one of those things. Just talking SotO, though, I do think the Wizard's Vault was very successful. I like the Wizard's Vault. I love the idea of doing the dailies now and getting a better reward, and I can pick the rewards and that kind of stuff. I enjoy it. I like the Wizard's Vault. I don't know if some people who didn't like the Wizard's Vault and had their, like, you know, they felt cautious about it, still feel the same way, or they've gotten used to it. But as a veteran, I thought the Wizard's Vault was just a better system in the sense of introducing rewards we otherwise probably couldn't get elsewhere, like mount skins or armor skins or weapon skins, right? And the fact you can choose whether you get those or not, or you can just get gold or whatever. We can also get gym store level stuff for free, technically, by simply just playing the game weekly or daily or whatever, and the system's good. But at the same time, they did fix other systems in the last 3 years that were bloated. The dungeons, remember how they converted all the tokens into one kind of token and then changed the NPCs so you can just buy the stuff you want and that kind of thing? It's obvious that ArenaNet is realizing these systems are just too complex for now, because when you add another system like it and another system like it and then another one, you have to figure out which system, which currency, and that kind of stuff. We also saw it with strike missions where they had 3 different colors of currency and then it became 2. We have the old blue shards, right? And now we have the green ones, and red ones will probably come at some point for something else, maybe, who knows. But the idea there is that the unusual coins and that kind of stuff become ancient coins and that kind of thing. So moving forward, they don't have to create a whole new system. They just update it, and the old system becomes old currency in a sense that works with old currency. So you have your premium currency that works with the now, and then you have your old currency with what used to be premium but no longer needs to be, because people need to catch up. People need to spend time where they can spend time, and sometimes that's just doing an easier dungeon or strike mission or whatever else to get the same result that the people who were there first maybe had to work a little bit more for, but it keeps that content fresh, it keeps people in the area longer, and it's good for the game as a whole, at least on the developer side of things. As players, we may see that as a way to entrap us and that kind of thing. So ArenaNet has to be really careful with that kind of stuff, but at the same time, I do think they've done well to not, as they put it, put a hat on a hat. I just don't think it's necessary for today's game industry to continue to do that as well. Because I've seen so many games do it, and it's just like, God, another currency? And Guild Wars 2 is like the biggest competitor of just adding currencies with more currencies. And it's really hard to explain to people what they need for certain things. And now that they're simplifying it, sometimes even I catch myself that the fact that, oh yeah, that's changed. I no longer have to work as hard as I once did to get the thing I want now. mostly because I just wouldn't have the time otherwise. So it's actually opening up more of the game for some vets as well. So anyways, binary. This corporate teasing is so eye-rolling. If the after 5 years thing is the raid and this tease is the homestead, then just say so. You're already announced this. No. This blog post, sorry, binary. This blog post, I just want to remind you all, came out last week. It came out May 27th. So June 4th. Yes. This is me being late on this. Okay, I should say it multiple times throughout this. This is just me going back to what they said because this is the SotO content I should have done on Monday, but I was too tired. So, no. You're right, though. If they did that, like, shut up. Just tell us. We know what it is, right? Yeah. So that's why they keep saying next week and things like that. I'm just covering it now before we get back into some SotO content. Because I'm just late. We were playing Tears of the Kingdom 100%. I'm sorry. I wasn't going to stop Tears of the Kingdom 100% for a blog post, okay? I needed more content than a blog post. But this is a really good blog post. That's why I'm going through it. Because it's nice to go back and see that they do care, that they've recognized the same problems players have. They are telling us problems that players maybe did not see and that kind of stuff. That's why they have such a tease. That's where this came from. I'll read this last part. This was just over the teaser trailer. There's something leaving the water. That was Spears. On behalf of ArenaNet, I want to express my sincere gratitude for your continued support, your passion, and your feedback. It's not lost on us just how incredibly lucky we are to have such a dedicated community behind us. We look forward to discovering more of Tyria's secrets together with you for years to come. So again, for years to come. Thanks for reading. I can't believe that we're just a week away from announcing what's next for Guild Wars 2. I'm really excited about what we've created, and I think you will be too. And I was. So, yeah, a year of content. This just sort of goes through all the stuff. Dang. July, Festival of the Four Winds. It'll be towards the end of July. It'll end just before the next expansion. But yeah. Dang. I do hope the updates are a little more meaningful in the future. I don't know how they could do it. I'm trying to think of anything else that sort of wasn't said in there or covered. But again, this was sort of like the most impactful stuff for the expansion. Some things they can improve upon or are keeping enemies interesting and keeping the story simplified. Not losing our favorite NPCs, because I did feel like I can't even remember their names type of thing. And I did like some of the new NPCs. But again, it was just so much to take in. Where we usually get to see an NPC multiple times before the next expansion, and then they're in the next expansion, so we have a lot of time to build a relationship and stuff. I do feel like the story tried to really rush things and that kind of stuff. You can't rush a relationship. So like when I talk about, oh my goodness, I can't remember his name either, but he was actually an NPC I liked more than Isgarin, but the Mersat. Right? Why can't I think of his name? But that's my point. That right there is my point. I should be able to immediately be like, oh yeah, you know, Bram, right? But like, when they killed that character off, I was just like, okay. I still, to this day, I'm really unsure exactly why he died. I know why he died, but why? Like, there was no time for me to care about that NPC enough where I felt like, oh, that sucks. It was more like, oh, that happened. And I guess that sucks. I mean, because I liked him. He was interesting. He wanted to become something more than a Mersat. That's great. And now he's gone. And I really think you should have killed off the dwarf. I'm sorry, but Lear just wasn't interesting to me. I mean, okay, there's two parts of the whole. I get it. That's cool. But I mean, like, he seems to be more of a problem than an answer to things. And then it's like, what are you doing? I'm a dwarf blacksmith. I'm like, how generic can we get here? Okay. And then when you finish the game, when you finish SotO, he's like, I just want to be a blacksmith. It's like, that's a surprise. You can't think of his name either? I don't know why it's not coming to me. But I did like that character because I felt like we're going to see a lot of growth. And they're like, oh, but he's dying. And I'm just like, oh, well, shit. And then Isgarin comes along and he's just like, I'm Isgarin and I do not care about anything. My nonchalantness about this entire situation of we could just kill the Cryptus and be done with it. Like, I hate that. That's the story shit I hate. We could just wipe out the entire problem, good or bad, and just be done with it. Is a stupid story thing to write into a story. Do not do that, writers. Always have this, they could be a problem. We will only deal with it if they become a problem. But right now, it seems there may be a solution at our feet that we should take advantage of is okay. But the moment you say, yeah, but the Astral Ward could just go in and annihilate them, it just makes the whole thing meaningless too. That's the problem with the story. That was the entire problem with SotO's story, was I don't have to be doing this shit. Like, let the dragon eat him type of shit. Oh, Joko is gonna be a huge oh, Orien eats him. Like, that's how it feels. Like, oh, okay. Well, I hope she doesn't die, but good news. She'll probably just come back because she ate Joko. So many spoilers here. I should have put potential spoilers up, but that kind of story writing is such a fucking, like, Netflix binge show shit, okay? We don't need that here. This is video games where we want art. We want to get invested in a character before you rip them away from us suddenly, because here's the thing. When you have a true villain, right? When you have a villain that absolutely just starts to just get on your nerves as a player, you as a writer, developer, game studio, you're doing it right. When a villain shows up and you go, God damn it, I hate this guy, you got us. And when that kind of villain takes something away from you that you've built a relationship with, whether you love or hate that character that's your ally, when they come through and they kill that character, it makes you feel for that character and hate them even more. You start to realize that this villain is a problem. The thing with ArenaNet is they rush that so often and try to pull the rug from underneath us in our emotions that it's just desensitizing to us at this point. So when you brought it into SotO and you killed off the Mersat, what was I supposed to feel besides the Mersat died? Was I supposed to feel sad? And then when I get to the actual villain and just beat the shit out of him, and he's supposed to be some godlike creature, and Isgarin's supposed to be helping me, but I'm just doing the same shit that I've been doing this entire time. That seems like anyone could do it. I mean, it's not much of a story. And it's not a bad story, but it's like cookie cutter shit. Put it in a novel, send it out, it'll make 15 bucks a sale. Somebody's gonna buy it with their Kindle for $2.99. You know, like, that's how it felt. It felt like the story was cheapened because you tried to pull too much before there was a reason to do it. Build the world up, then light it on fire. Because I have to care that my world is on fire. But when the world is already burning when I get there, and I'm supposed to be the bucket of water, it's just tiring. Because I'm putting out all the fires, and it just really seems like nobody can help themselves. And that's Guild Wars 2 today for me. I just show up, people have fucking problems, and nobody seems to want to solve the problem. Why can't we have people solving a problem and then hit the fucking wall of the villain? Aha! That is a much different experience that Final Fantasy XIV has just done right. Final Fantasy XIV, everybody's moving to a certain point, and then suddenly some catastrophic thing is happening, right? And it like, I'm a character. I used to be your friend, but I'm gonna go destroy the universe. Good luck to you, unless you can prove me otherwise. And it's like, hold on. And then your allies have to go, excuse me, one moment. Can we have a little time to maybe convince you not to do that shit? Right? Nothing was on fire to that point. Nothing was on fire to that point until that character said, I'm lighting everything on fire. And in this case, they were like, I'm just gonna destroy it all because what's the point? Right? And then you, as a character, has a purpose and a reason to move forward with everything you do. I think Season 4 did capture a lot of that, though. Especially, one of my favorite parts of all of Guild Wars 2's story is when you and Bram are stuck out in the middle of this just like cosmos, right? And Bram just finally says, I was wrong, right? After all the stupid story arc of Bram, what worked there was that, first of all, it was stupid, but the writers led it to a place where it concluded with, there's nothing left here except an apology. And that is good writing. Right there, the essence of everything goes right there. There is no fire to put out because Bram put it out. He finally said, I am the fire. I don't need to burn anymore. And it makes you as a player not feel like you have to do anything except experience the moment, right? But of course we get saved, so like, you know, we get pulled out of the cosmos, but at the same time, it's still one of my favorite parts because it's like the entire, nothing else mattered at that point because you're just stuck there anyways, right? So you go through all these events and you get left in just a place where this thing can happen. We just don't have that enough in Guild Wars 2. It just feels like all the things are happening all the time, and it's just like the commander's just stuck there trying to fix everybody's fucking problem. But in the end, what ended up happening in that story arc was Bram finally came to the realization that he caused these things because he just didn't simply communicate on how he was feeling. That was it. It wasn't the commander needed to do this, the commander needed to do that. It was my fault, not yours. Even though the commander tries to take some of the blame and stuff like that, that's just being a good person, right? Like, it's not all your fault because I can see why all this happened. I couldn't, though. I couldn't see why all that happened, but I'm glad the way it was resolved was so good because otherwise Bram would have been ruined forever for me. Yeah, and yes, that's the point. The character grows and develops and becomes something more. Like seeing Bram at the end of Dragons and he has his beard and he's sort of just like moving on with everything. That is character growth we need. I feel for Bram now. But Bram just appearing in the middle of a freaking thing, Ex Machina style, because of whatever reason, really pissed me off too. Like, oh, I'm gonna have to show up because Rock said I did. Like, fuck you, writers. What are you doing? What is this? What in the level of Fox show did you just write? Stop it. Stop watching television. It's ruining you. Write me a story, damn it. Not a fucking sitcom. Not a fucking just weekly episode of something. It needs to flow into it. The world needs to feel like it's filled with something pushing everything forward in the story, and the characters are living in the world, but it just doesn't feel that way. It feels like there's characters, there's the world, and there's the commander and how they're experiencing it. And the way the commander's experiencing it is just, I can't get a break, can I? I really do feel like the commander's just like, can anyone do anything themselves without fucking it up? Because at this point, if you think about every part of Guild Wars 2, only one person is able to do their goddamn job, and you killed them off. That was Traherne. Traherne would literally show up and be like, Commander, we need to go this way to solve the problem here because the world's being set on fire, right? And you're like, okay. And then a bunch of players went to the forums and were like, this guy's taking my glory. Fuck you. That guy was actually trying to do shit. He's like, hey, let's go back in his dream together so we can sort of see what's going on so we're on the same page. And we go back and we're like, oh, yeah, okay, so we need to stop the dragon. Got it. Boom, go to reality, right? We go to reality. And he goes off and he fucking does it. right? And then Heart of Thorns comes along and ruins the whole goddamn thing because some players couldn't keep their mouths shut and let him grow, right? Because he was like, hey, I'm gonna go take Destiny's Edge here, and we're gonna go beat up the other dragon now. And the commander's like, yeah, I'll see you there. And then shit hits the fan, right? Like, that's okay. But then now I have to kill him? One of the best characters in Guild Wars 2, and it just probably in the entire creation of it. But the same thing happens to a villain. Joko gets fucked over by a god, and then we sort of just go, that's your problem. I'm gonna go use your army really quick to cause more problems for the god, and just leave him in his position of just, I'm stuck here in Grint's world. And then we go back, we do it, and he comes back and he says, you know what, motherfucker? You pulled a me. I didn't like that. I'm gonna screw you over. And then what did ArenaNet do? Instead of letting the villain become a worse and worse and worse and something you have to face at the end of the day, at the end of an expansion, because they could have, a dragon eats him. It's just what is your kink with freaking just having everything in the game be eaten? Stop eating things. Jesus, I understand the world's made of magic, but there just comes a point where you just ruin the story by just killing something off. Like killing Scarlet. Killing Scarlet was actually another good build-up to a villain that just felt like the villain was going more and more and more out of control because we couldn't see on the other end what was happening. A dragon was literally telling her what to do, right? This dragon was whispering and waking up, but not fully because it didn't have the magical energy to pop out of its position, right? And so she was just on this just course of getting her master freed, right, from this slumber. And she saw the other dragon die, so she knew it was on a time limit. So of course things were hitting the fan, and she got all these people to work together because it was just chaos. Did I like Scarlet? No. But did I like killing her? Yes, because it did feel like if she didn't die in that moment, it was only going to get worse, right? It was this sort of like rush to get to her before something worse happened, because she destroyed the whole main capital of all of Tyria. She destroyed it. She showed up to the place that should have been the most defended place in all of Tyria because it was the main hub for all the races, and she actually brought it, burnt it down, and said, ha ha ha, I'm better than all of you. And the commander was like, listen, no, right? And you know, was there every step of the way through that story? Goddamn Traherne. The Pact was trying to do stuff, keep people safe, all that kind of stuff. The Pact! Do you remember the Pact? But somewhere along the lines, it just, I don't know. Season 3, it was like a balloon and they just let it go. And it's like, where the fuck we going? I don't know. Dragon, all the dragons, right? We can't kill, but then ArenaNet wrote like these interesting things like, if we keep killing the dragons, we're going to destroy the world. So that's not good. But then, like, immediately after that, it's like, well, let's go kill the next dragon. And it's like, are we not learning anything here? We probably should go figure out how not to kill a dragon or, you know, kill a dragon safely before we continue to kill the dragons. But that really just never happened. We just sort of stumbled upon the answer. You know, we were like in HOT, we just stumbled upon a baby dragon that happened to have the powers that the dragon did. Could you imagine if Aurene just ended up being like an earth dragon? Just be like, oh, I eat rocks, right? Could you imagine? And I don't know how to filter magic. Tyria. Well, you know, we gotta sort of ex machina that kind of solution in at this point. That's what you shouldn't run into as a writer, because you should have known where it was going from the get-go and been writing it with so many hints that would be like, hold on, it would make sense here to have a story arc to figure out, because we did learn that the one creatures were filtering the magic, so there was a way to filter it. Why was nobody trying to filter the magic to help slow down this process of Tyria destroying itself? Was a question that was always in the back of my mind. So you literally have a giant cube of Asura that will do fucking nothing for the world except complain about it and steal technology, right? And my thing was, you could have wrote an entire story arc of that council coming together, getting the smartest minds to start filtering the fucking magic and helping the other dragon that was fucking doing it before Arene had to learn how to do it herself. But we never got that story arc, so we just run into another dragon, and it turns out that dragon isn't a bad one for whatever fucking reason it caused Tyria to exist in the first place, and then it just dies. And we're left with this overarching question, what about Arene? And then she goes, well, I actually filtered the magic enough now that Tyria should be safe, so I'm going to bed. That's how they fucking did it. Instead of the Assurance coming across and being like, hey, Arene, don't worry, we got this shit for you because we know how to put out fires. But of course, nobody knows how to put out fucking fires. And we have Arene who fucking can put out fires, but she's going to bed because she's tired. And then the commander's gonna go, I'm gonna go get some rest and relaxation, and ends up in the astral fucking ward who doesn't know how to put out their own fucking fires, because they're like, man, I wonder how long this is gonna burn, like it's a Chernobyl you just let happen. God, I'm so annoyed at their writing at this point. Is it good? Yes, 8 out of 10, but it can't be ever a 10 out of 10 because there's some overarching bullshit of a fire that nobody knows how to put out. And if they do, they just go, well, it's not my problem. Fuck that. When does the commander actually get some fucking help? Not just somebody coming up with a partial solution that the commander has to like go throw themselves in front of. I'm tired of it. As a player, I am tired. My character is tired of killing everything just to find such a solution that just doesn't exist. It just doesn't make sense. Like somebody else would have come up with that and be like, don't worry, you can stay home today. I'm gonna go put out that fire for you before it even starts. But nobody. Sorry, I drooled on myself. But SotO didn't really help with any of that, so yeah. And an important reason not to do that. Didn't want you there in the first place, and then you helped it. Yes, they didn't want you in the first place. Like, the writing is so paradoxical sometimes and just counterintuitive to what they're trying to... Again, I think it's just institutionalism at this point. I really think a lot of game developers have gone to college and learned how to write, and I just don't like it. They just... Yeah, you learned how to write, but it's not how you're supposed to write, if that makes sense. Like, you have to create what you're writing. Especially in a video game where it's going to have a world, have mechanics, have stuff. It's crucial that what you're writing flows with what's going on. And you can have paradoxical stuff, but that needs to go somewhere. And in the past, there have been things that have led to other things, like why this thing happened to the commander first, to this thing. You know, when we're fighting Balthazar, he kills you. He literally kills the character. And then you go, I don't agree with that, right? Because your character doesn't just get to decide not to die. What ended up happening was your character had been through so much bullshit before that and had absorbed so much nonsense and magic before that by beating dragons and that kind of thing that you've gained enough power to recollect yourself in death and then choose, I need to leave here because I have to go beat a god, is just proving that you're a hero. You are something extraordinary happening to the world. That's also why the end of Dragon's final fight with Arene, where she's like, I'm just gonna give you my power, good luck, and you don't just explode. Like, that's because of what you are and the training you've been through and what you've been through and just everything you've experienced to that point. You have defeated death itself. You have defeated a god. You're able to take this power on and use it however, because not only does the dragon and you have learned to work as one, the power isn't going to consume you like it does other things. Because you've learned to separate yourself from it. Some of that comes from Season 4. When you learn the masteries and stuff, they teach you, like, how to not let the bloodstone fucking take over your mind. And at the time, you're like, that doesn't really make sense. It just seems like magic corruption. Aha, but we learn later that it's because different kinds of magics have different effects on different things. In this case, when you're just a regular human running around going, ooh, magical bloodstone dust that has souls in it, I'll totally be okay. Then they started eating this shit. Yeah, I bet you didn't realize that. They were fucking literally eating the shits. Crazy fucks. And everybody, all the rest of the White Mantle around them are like, nah, this is okay. If I was part of that cult, I'd be like, I thought we were just gonna drink some Kool-Aid. I don't like this. No, because that's not Jello. Nope. Nah, I'm out. See ya. None of that happened. None of that. They were all just like, yeah, we're part of a cult. Let's do this. Or an army or whatever. Anyways. Why is the player character helping at all? I get that feeling a lot. That's a good question. Felt like a binge story that you had to keep watching even though... So it was a filler story is what it felt like, right? When you're watching an anime especially, and the manga writer isn't done with the story and they can't create more animation for it, sometimes they just get these filler arcs that get approved by whoever approves it, right? And that's what it felt like. And a lot of people have said that to me. It just feels like filler. And that's what SotO felt like. The story felt like an entire story arc that had to happen in a certain amount of episodes. And it just introduced all these new things that we're just not going to revisit much in moving forward. If at all. That's what it feels like. And that's worrisome, but at the same time, if this is the test expansion, I'll let them have it. Because if they learn from it and they're going to improve better story moving forward, I would rather have the better story and see the learning in action for the next expansion with something more relatable. More developed, I guess is how I should say it. But we'll see. There was no stopping, just keep going, yeah. But at the same time, with the video game, there is no choice but to keep going. But at the same time, there's no reason why the commander has to do everything. Because it really does feel like the commander is doing everything. Because a lot of the stuff that's happening with the other characters, we never get to see. We just don't. And it sucks. In the Dragons, they fixed that by, we get to watch Mitrin die. We get to watch these things happen in real time. So we have time to see. But again, she's just another character that sort of falls flat because she was a villain and we're supposed to learn that maybe she isn't such a bad person. But there was so much time spent on making her look like a bad person still that it just never fully fleshed out the fact that she wasn't. That she had become something she would have herself fought against. And it just never got to that point because the writers sort of just made us fall into this, oh, she's got to sacrifice herself. And then they used her sacrifice as trying to reinforce this villain that, again, I just never felt anything for and was just like there and gone. And I hate it. I hate it. Like, write me a villain. Write me a villain. You're writing bad guys. You're not writing villains. You're writing a force of nature, an entire giant dragon that just consumes magic until it can't consume anymore. It's just a force of nature. And yeah, we go against tornadoes and hurricanes every day, but I don't wake up going, gotta face down that tornado F5 today. Gotta do it. No, you don't do that. It's just something that happens, right? And these dragons were sort of just happening. It's the way things worked, right? But then when we get like villains, they're not. They're just bad guys. They're people we just see for a moment and they're gone. They do some bad things. They're just another criminal on the list. We mark them off. That's it. We need an actual villain to the game. We need somebody that's pulling strings or trying to cause the commander to fail. Someone who doesn't get caught, who doesn't like, oh, feel for me. We need a villain who does not give a fuck what the players think about them. Or what the writers even think about them, except this is a bad guy. This is not someone you want to be around. This is someone who's going to cause problems and is not just going to try to set the world on fire. They're going to make you do it. And then they're going to when you're not going to do it, they show up and they're like, aha, but the gasoline's already there, so here's a match, right? You want somebody that shows up and makes the player go, oh shit. This can't be good. And you don't have to do they're doing it because, their daughter died and they don't want to see somebody else's daughter die, right? That's an anti-hero. I don't want a fucking anti-hero, okay? No. I want a villain. I want evil incarnate. I want the guy who had the good life and just said, you know what? I'm just still going to kill people because I'm strong, they're weak. Where is that? Not in Guild Wars 2. We don't get that. Feel for this bad guy that we once had to put in jail because they just murdered people. Oh, look at this entity of civil war between these two groups. Oh, Codicus is bad. Yes, everybody has been saying Codicus is bad. He's the leader of the White Mantle. Well, okay, that's a new development. We got to go beat them. Well, this is going to take a bit. Nope, took one episode. And he died. Didn't run away. Didn't live to fight another day. Nope. Was just a bad guy for a moment. Look at that guy. Oh, there he is. Somebody's going to be like, oh, he was in more than one episode. And then they were like, oh, big bad Mersat coming back. Oh, big reveal, Olivia. Oh, this is so cool. And it was like, oh, now he's dead. And it's like, God damn it. And then we had Balthazar. Balthazar was interesting. These dragons, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. The Balthazar story, when you really look at it, it's just like, really, so they knew the dragons were there. The gods were leaving. Balthazar's like, let's just go kill the dragons and steal their magic. But I was also thinking, if the other gods went and did the same thing, if they actually did just go kill the dragons, right? Couldn't they take in the magic like Balthazar was going to do and then filter it to keep Tyria existing? Because it seems like they were capable of doing that because they've proven that they've done it in other realms where they've gone and taken over realms and made it their own, right? Because when we go visit Cormyr, it's not like that library is just manifest in a dream. It's physically there. We went to that place to learn something from a god, right? And then we go there and she's like, but I'm still leaving. And it's just like, this is your home. Like, literally, there was no reason for Cormyr to leave. She would have been the one who felt the most obligated to stay, actually. She would have been the one who would have stayed and said, oh, I can't leave my people behind, because she is literally part of the people. She was a Tyrian through and through. She was born in the lands of Alona and became a god from the lands of Alona by facing down the things that the very god who wanted to destroy her own place of living, who made her blind, right? She took his powers, and you're telling me she was like, well, the other gods are sort of right. We should just go. Let alone we've never seen Lissa, but it turns out Lissa accidentally helped Balthazar. Bullshit. The whole goddamn god arc is bullshit. I don't believe they left at all. I believe they got their popcorn and they were just seeing what the fuck was going to happen. And Balthazar goes, shouldn't we go help these people? And then they were like, fuck you, Balthazar. And then Ritlock accidentally showed up and Balthazar's like, I can give you your powers, right? And so Ritlock helped him and said, oh shit, wait, that's Balthazar. And then Balthazar said, you know what? Since the other gods put me in this position and I didn't want to eat popcorn, I want to help you all. Fuck it. I'm just going to kill you all because that's what I'm good at. Because the god Ares did the same shit and look what happened to him. Where's he at? He's dead, right? So anyways, Balthazar shows up and he's like, I'm going to solve all your problems. I'm just going to kill every dragon minion and all the dragons and take their magic and fuck Tyria. You can come with me or you can die. That's what ended up happening. But guess what? That's not what happened in the story of Path of Fire. Nah, Nah. See, the Tyrians did show up, and Cormyr wasn't eating popcorn. She was a little worried about the whole situation. So she gave just enough advice to get Balthazar killed. That is that entire story arc. God obviously had bigger intentions than ArenaNet could write, and they didn't even know it. The other gods had every capability of helping that god, but instead decided to just run away again, because obviously they came to Tyria by running away from something. And then a god ended up helping anyways to kill this god that was trying to just kill the dragons, which we were doing, but not finding any other solution. So really, it was our own goddamn doing that Balthazar showed up in the first fucking place. Of course, ArenaNet tried to write it as though this god just wanted to show up to seize power. Yeah, but there's had to be a reason, because he didn't do it until that point. You missed the fucking point, ArenaNet. There is no reason something from Guild Wars 1 would just show up for no goddamn reason in a story just to be a fucking bad guy. So you know what that makes Balthazar? An anti-hero, because he was trying to solve the problem his way, and it wasn't truly evil. He wasn't being an evil prick. The commander just kept getting in his way. So he killed the commander, and then Grint didn't do their fucking job because they left. So the Reapers were just like, hey, get back in line. Please get back in line. God damn it. Can you get in line? Joko, shut up. Get in line. Oh, they're walking through the port. Bye. God damn it. Where's Grint? Oh, they left. God. Does anybody know who runs this place? That's what happened. Like the whole fucking it just took the whole thing. They just shoved it in there. Like, god damn it. There was such a good story in there. But like, if the other gods had showed up to fight Balthazar, it would have been a completely different situation, and it would have escalated to a whole new standard. Like, hey, we're showing up right now. We can help you with the dragons, but we're definitely not going to let him win. But instead, we had to go search out a god on our own. I think I've complained about this before, but anyhow. Imagine the role playing for players who pick sides. The thing was, the picking of sides happened with the NPCs. And like, even one of the NPCs, if you go read like everything in Path of Fire and Living Story 4, 3, 4, I don't remember, 4. If you actually follow that, the Zaicians themselves were struggling whether to stay with Balthazar or not, because Balthazar wasn't just keeping them as, you know, believers. He was converting them completely to his minions, right? He was turning them into soldiers, the forged. And like, it's one of those moments and we had that happening elsewhere, right? We had Joko, and we had the people who believed in what Joko was doing with the Awakened, right? Because my family died, but I can have them come back. I can see my grandfather again, right? So like, when we get into that situation, that part of the story was there. There was not enough seen from the Zaician side of thing. It looked like mercenaries and rebels is how they labeled him, but really it was choosing sides. And like, God, there was so much missed opportunity to just explore the gods more than what Guild Wars 1 showed us. Like, have Dwayna come back, and it would have just made sense. Like, because we got to see the side of the spirits, and we got to see the alchemy by that point, right? The eternal alchemy that they talked about. In Season 2, you literally see how the universe works. The thing that drove Scarlet insane, you were lucky to come out of it alive, type of thing. Like, you saw what happens when things get imbalanced. It all just goes to shit, right? And like, with Bram, we got to see Bram take on the spirits of the wild, right? These spirits that are all powerful, and literally walk through lava. Like, it's insane. But we've never been able to fully explore the gods, even though we had ore and that kind of stuff. We never had the god. We've never seen Lissa, right? We've never seen Lissa appear and be like, well, I'm sorry about the mirror. Like, I don't know. That's the problem with Guild Wars 2's story. Is it still captivating at times and fun and well written? Sure. But I feel like it's always so disjointed from like different places, and that's partially because it is a video game and you can skip things and you miss stuff, and like sometimes the lore is the world, but at the same time it's just like this, we have never had a true villain except maybe Joko, because Joko was selfish, narcissistic, right? In it for themselves. And, you know, Joko comes from Guild Wars 1. We freed Joko and put him into power type of thing. But, like, yeah, we never get to see the hero of now face somebody who it takes years to figure out. Or just years to finally get into a position of, it's me versus you. And this is it. We've really never had that. It's always been so much other shit happening that there's never been a beeline for, I have an opportunity to finally take this person down. And those are some of the greatest arcs when you like read comic books or even like novels and stuff. It's when the hero finally gets to face the villain. The one who's causing the stuff, the one who caused the stuff, the one who's continuing to plague the person, right? It is the Cloud versus Sephiroth part of the story. It is Luke versus Darth Vader. It is the moment of these two, the person who became strong enough versus the person who was strong enough all along, right? And it's two forces meeting each other to have a conclusion, good or bad. And in our circumstance, we're the hero. We're going to win out for the story, more than likely, right? But like, you don't need to tug on my heartstrings to do and build tension between two characters. You not even need like just having a character that is figuring out your character, right? Figuring out what you do, why you exist, why you're there is just unsettling. Like, Commander, you think you a hero, right? We saw it with Joko for just a moment, where you get those lines of, I'm gonna rewrite your history. I'm gonna tell people what you truly are. And I'm just gonna tell you that what you've always thought makes you the villain, right? It was such a good monologue of Joko making the hero feel small, right? Showing that they had not grown enough and they aren't well known enough or whatever. They don't have the power to overtake the power of that villain. But then they just erased him. They just got rid of that villain, right? Let alone, I don't think Joko deserves the praise that Joko got, because he is a clown at the end of the day. He had a harem. The whole thing is weird. ArenaNet, as serious as they are with their story sometimes, they do troll and clown around and just absolutely just have fun with it. But at the same time, it's like, damn it. Why can't we just have a villain? Why do we have to continually turn the page or finish the book? Like, we can have a book that goes multiple books, right? We can have a story that, yes, we have to solve that problem, and we have to help people get to the point where they can put out that fire. We can have that stuff, but we lose so much in the story just moving it to a new arc all the time, that some arcs are just so overlapping that we could even forget that villain exists after a period of time. Like, we don't know where they went, blah, blah, blah. And then when they show back up, they should be so memorable and so oh shit moment that them being there is a problem, right? My favorite stories is when a hero has to work with the villain too, where they can't just be enemies anymore because their survival banks on them getting through a situation. Because what it shows is that they have the power to work together. It's just the bad guy just doesn't want to, right? The bad guy does not care about anyone else because they're evil. You do good things, I do bad things. Right now we have to solve this problem, but when this is done, we're back to going at it. Because if we don't, there's no meaning to this, right? And it's such a good story interaction, but we can never have that in Guild Wars 2. Even when we thought we were getting it, it just, no, you don't get it fully because there's not enough relationship there. But that moment in stories is an oh shit moment in itself when powerful hero has to work with powerful villain because something is so goddamn bad. The situation is so goddamn bad that they do have to work together. The enemy of my enemy now makes them my friend. Momentarily, more than likely. But that's also when you can end a villain's arc, though, right? The villain goes, you know what? Maybe I am wrong. But it has to be something that's been around for so long, so ingrained in that villain's soul, that it's sort of catastrophic to who they are. And then we just don't see them for a long time because they go figure out who they are. And a lot of times in Guild Wars 2, it's such a knee-jerk thing that happens in the story. It just doesn't feel, I don't know, just feels so artificial, if that makes sense. But SotO, it was none of that. It was... SotO felt like filler. It just felt like a lot of new allies, new villains, a new civil war, just all these things. Big bad guy eating a bunch of his own people. We have to go stop him because he gains power. We've seen it 100 times by this point, right? The dragons, what did they do? Consume. You know? So did the dragon cycle end? No. No, it didn't. It just continued into SotO in a different way. So ArenaNet really has to break out of that, whatever they're doing. They have to break out. Whatever's on the storyboard, if something is consuming something else, they should really think about rewriting the whole thing. I'm just saying. Leave the vor at home. One of the missed opportunities inside of Path of Fire as well is when the hero destroys the spear. So if you remember in Path of Fire, like, they go and destroy the spear that could kill Calcatoric because they're afraid Balthazar is going to find it and kill Calcatoric with it. But what I hated about that is that Balthazar was fully capable of killing Calcatoric before that moment. Because he was able to build machines to steal magic, right? So, like, he already killed Vlad by that point, too. So the whole story arc there with the spear really bothered me because there was actually no reason for it. Or the fact that we eventually go and use spears to fight Calcatoric, right? We eventually go make our own when we could have just taken the spear and had somebody abscond with it, right? I've got to use a big word there, abscond, instead of just hide it. For the writers out there, they could have just absconded with it, and Balthazar would have been like, "You took the spear! Where is it?" Right? But instead, Balthazar could have just been like, "You took the spear, I don't care." Because that would have been a moment of power, right? When you do something you think is going to hurt a villain and the villain goes, "Why do I care about that?" It belittles the hero so much. And as a player, you just feel like, yeah, why did we do that, right? That's okay in writing, especially if it's to make the villain just to grow in depth as a character of, I'm too powerful for this moment. Like, because then it's like, my character needs to grow. My character needs to understand, maybe we're not going far enough here against this person, right? But I don't know. I digress. It's not like the entire story of Guild Wars 2 is bad. Okay? Again, it's fantastic. I think everybody should play Guild Wars 2. There's a lot of story to enjoy. 93% of it's very enjoyable. It's just that 7% is weird. It's just like, why is this here? That don't make sense. Bram shouldn't be this fucking mad. Somebody's like, Bram was going through the steps of grief and just sort of got stuck on anger. like, you know, one of the, just like, what happened? Were the writers unable to know what the next step was? Like, that's how it felt. Like, I'm mad at everyone. It's like, no, you're not. You're still hanging out with rocks. So obviously there's some room to adjust here. But and then people are like, but he is a teenager. But I'm also like, yeah, but teenagers. The problem with Bram being mad was the fact, yes, he was a teenager. His mom was never around, though. His dad was dead already. It's not like he didn't already have the trauma and the distance between the situation to feel the way he did. But the writers felt different, and that's what bothers me, that they wrote a character that didn't fit the part. Had Bram connected with his mother on a much deeper level sooner, right? Like, she couldn't help him at the situation at the homestead, but she let him go do it anyways because she trusted him and loved him and that kind of thing, right? And like, it's part of being a hero, and that's what he picked up from his mother and his father and stuff like that. It would have been different when she died, because it would have felt like his entire mentor, the person he loved, his mother, you know, the person who birthed him, is now gone, and that emptiness would have been a void so big that his trauma from losing his father would have been the smashing point into that to cause this situation. But that's not what the situation was. When your parent is pushed you away and doesn't want to be a parent, that is not how you feel. So either the writers did not experience that in their life, and it's very obvious that they didn't, or they just didn't want to go through the trauma themselves of having to go through and stating how they feel about their parent doing that shit to them. Or / writing a character who would actually have a reason to feel so connected with their mother that their death is so devastating that it breaks them. But Bram just didn't feel that way. He felt more obligated to his homestead, to his people at Cragstead, right, than anything else in saving the Norns in general, right? It felt like he had to become what he always didn't want to be, which was his mother. He had to go save the people. He had to go travel. He had to leave people behind, right? So in a way, he should have felt sort of vindicated when his mother died. Like, it sucks, my mom's dead, but it's sort of like what she asked for. She adventured and tried to make a legend, and this is what she gets. Maybe she should have stayed home, right? There was none of that kind of processing that ever happened. And that's the problem with Bram and that turn. But again, the resolution to it makes 100% sense. Like, had they wrote Bram to have those things collide and him act the way he did, where he feels like he has to be his mother, because that's how they wrote it, then it would have been different. Where he has to take her spot, fill the void, find that love through becoming her. Because then when she comes back through the mist later, it would have been more impactful instead of him being like, Mom? Like, Jesus Christ. They're so close, yet it's so far. It's just like, I don't know. Maybe my reading and freaking story comprehension isn't as good as it once was, but I just... Or they're trying to hide shit somewhere, probably, because that's what they do. But anyhow, we're going to go back to SotO content. Does everybody want to watch me play some SotO meta? That's where we're going. I'm done talking about story. I could talk about Guild Wars 2 story and what I like and hate about it for years. For years. I should go back and play through the entire story and make videos and commentary of, like, this shit don't make sense. And what happened here? This is fantastic. Why didn't you continue with this? You know? Like the Icebrute saga. some of the best writing in all of the game died with the Icebrood Saga. I really liked how the Icebrood Saga started. I really loved the characters they introduced. I really loved Bram connecting with Rytlock's son and just, you know, because that relationship made so much sense though with the way he was written. You know, our parents, they went off and did these things, right? Oh man, and they didn't care about us. Let's go get drunk and talk about it, right? And Rytlock's son, he was a strategizer, right? He was meant to like eventually become leader. That's what he was being prepped for. That's what he was being groomed into. So he would have recognized that in Bram, who has their heart on their sleeve, right? Who wants to enjoy the things of life. And he would have used that against Bram. It makes 100% sense there.
What is it?
The writing was good. Sadly, the writing before it was sort of hit and miss. I don't know. The line right there from Ryland's mother, I should have just let you bleed out, is such a heavy fucking line for anyone to have to voice act, let alone write. I would have rather had my child die than what just happened. Is insane to me. That is such good writing right there. Like, we could have that all the time, right? Like, put it in my veins.
This is a place of refuge, not a den of iniquity.
But a lot of it was cut out, and we missed a lot of things, so we didn't get the build-up we could have had with it, too. God, I probably would have cried. I probably would have cried if we had more Ryland story and stuff, and him sort of like... Because really, his story is just really sad, you know? His parents weren't there. The person who took him in groomed him to be something he shouldn't have been, or at least it was pushing him towards something. And then he saw a chance to just have control of his life because everything was being taken away. And he felt like he was being used, and he realized he was being used, and he didn't want to become his father, and he didn't want to be just chastised by his mother anymore, and he didn't want to be under like this big giant like just cultural whatever pressure. And then he saw power and he seized it because he thought he could be what he heard about this main character of the game, right? Us, the hero, and how great we are and all that kind of stuff. And it seems like that person has it all and I want it too. And then it just leads to him not accepting the fact that he should have never had it in the first place because he wasn't ready and he did not get nurtured the way he needed to get nurtured and did not have the wisdom to take on the power that we as a character had to learn how to control and not accept. We don't accept the power. We never really did. We were thrust into the situation and we had to just do what we had to do to get it done. And we watched someone just sort of fall apart. But sadly, again, with like the DRMs and stuff like that, we missed a lot of like the continuity and a lot of the threads sort of like getting spun in and that kind of thing. And the fact that this, you know, the girl he loves is dead and was taken away by the leader of this big giant city he's supposed to be following and all that kind of stuff. Like, and this entire war broke out because of those things, and he just sort of wanted to be on the winning side. He didn't want his mentor at the time to be the loser that they were, so he took on a new one, and that new one was corruption. It was just pure corruption. He just fell into the dark side in a way, became the Sith, right? But we don't get that. We don't get that full experience. It's enough, it's there, we see it, and the lines at the very last episode, all the lines and the things that led to it is such a great story. The Icebrood Saga is like fantastic. Bram even has to come into his own. He has to accept the spirits. He has to become a champion too, because he feels like it's the only way not to help himself, but to help the commander, to help this person that at one point he was mad at, but realizes they are going to solve the problem right? They are going to put out the fire, but this is the way he feels like he can help, by taking on Ryland and it being the same force, but becoming it in a different way, right? Because he becomes this primal creature, and Ryland is so hell-bent on just being so thought out in his situation that this primal creature is just a force that is hard, and it is just the ideology of both dragons coming into existence into the things they corrupted. It's fantastic when you look at it. You have Jormag and Primordius, beast first intellect. And it's great. And you have someone stuck in the middle trying to get it just to stop. Right? Because when we get to Bram accepts that he lost the power. And he goes, I'm tired. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. Let it go. Right? Bram has learned to accept his future. While Ryland is still in the grips of losing things. He doesn't understand. He doesn't have control over everything. Right? He is stuck in his own head that he can win if he just holds on to the power. He can control it. But he can't, because the power is fleeting once that dragon is dead. And it's such a great ending to the Icebrute saga to watch his father, especially his father, will not let his mother die because they love each other, right? And his son is no longer his son. His son is lost and gone, and he has to kill him, because if he doesn't, it's gonna cost even more, right? Ritlock has to make a decision there, and Ritlock has the wisdom and experience to know what he can control. And in that situation, the only thing he could control was making sure his son died, so he didn't have to live with a future of regret. That was it. Ritlock did him a courtesy, but it cost Ritlock something. But at the same time, your father would know that. But to hear his mother just freaking go, I'd rather you've died as a baby than what happened here, is just crazy. It's just crazy. It's crazy good writing. What the fuck? I want them to go back and finish the Icebrute saga for what it should have been. Because I think that was going to be the best Guild Wars 2 Living World story. And it still sort of is, just not the mechanic stuff inside of it. And, you know, Grothmar Valley is one of my favorite maps. Come on! Damn it! But we did get into dragons, so I mean, like, God. But do we as players, does the game industry just have to keep taking good things away from us so we get other good things? It just, like, can't we have our cake and eat it too? Because it feels like you give us cake, but then you scrape off the frosting and you're like, don't worry, more cake is coming. That one will have frosting. But then it turns out you just put frosting in the piece between two pieces, you know? And it's not a lot of frosting, but it's there. They were right. We got frosting, but it's like, you know, this time it's like, it's Fruity Pebbles cake. And you're just like, this is weird. It's not bad. I mean, we got frosting, we got the Fruity Pebbles, but it wasn't the chocolate cake with all that delicious buttercream on top. Like, what happened? What happened? All right, we're going to go out to Interneos, and we're going to talk about this stuff. I'm done. This is why I can't play Guild Wars 2 anymore. Like a fanatic. I'm going to write fan fiction. I'm not going to go as far as the Ryland Bram fan fiction. That's out there. You want to go read it and enjoy it. Let me just say that the drinks did lead to somebody getting the arrow, if you know what I mean. That somebody was pulling on a string, if you know what I mean. Okay. What is going on? So, last time, Interneos, Mastery 3, we couldn't do the third meta to the map. So we have to have the east and the west meta complete, and then we can do the far west, the main meta of the map. It's weird because it's further west. But, how did I not get this done? I have done the meta a couple times. One of the times I got stuck, and I was unable to do something in one of the spots. Yeah, I was unable to help beat this thing because I got stuck. And the time I got there, it died. Like, I couldn't get credit. Chorns? You want new baby Chorns? Hold on. What was it? A Sylvari and a Norn? In the Astral Ward? Isn't that what happened? What? Why do we have to go do that? What's a Norn and a Sylvari, baby? If Char and Norn is Chorn. Why are we thinking of this? I knew it was gonna get weird. Why we shouldn't do fan fiction. Alright. I don't need to be here. This is a rift. I don't want this event. I need... So I did get the mastery done, which allows me to open these chests. So a lesser chest only takes 1 hit. And then I get the chest. A greater chest only takes 2. Let me get to a greater chest. So the last mastery does make things a bit easier to farm. Sorry, mustache hair. In my mouth. Okay. More orichalcum. Why not? So 1, 2, done. I spam my 1 skill when I'm done usually, so I can break the animation. But the problem with that is it won't open the greater chest, so you have to wait. See that? Then you can do it.
Loot.
I don't know. It's still broken.
Wayfinder, if you can gather up these turret parts and bring them here, it'd be a huge help.
Yeah, but you know, we could also not do that. And you should have brought your own turrets, because I can go to the Mist in World vs. World and build catapults. If we just did that, it would be a lot easier. I got credit for that Rift event. The Rift count? Okay. Gotta get in the mindset here of seeing where I need to push. So Frode and Emund are there. That's there. Okay. And then we can also go into here. So... like this map is more organized and we don't have to wait through the other metas. Nice! Nice. We can steal the chests. I didn't get either meta, but that's fine. I sort of want to show this part off.
All shiny.
Grab an electrical pulse. I probably shouldn't have done that, but whatever.
The hour is at hand, my friends. The spires of Zakirus lay.
So, Zakharos here is where we're gonna go. We have this barrier we're gonna have to break. There's these spires of sorts. I forget what they call them here. But we're gonna have to bomb those to blow them up to open the barrier to lead to other things. We're sort of the same thing like in Drizzlewood or anywhere else, where we are the army that goes in and kills the boss type of thing. So, you know, Dragon's Den, whatever else. But, you know, the concluding story map, this is the final spot. You're tired of failing it? I've run it twice and have not failed. And I'm going to show you how you can make it not fail. The first time I ran it, we were going to fail, but I realized what was happening and it was the solution to the problem.
Sorry I'm late. They've been keeping us busy on the home front.
I see a fellow cube, so it doesn't look like we're gonna fail at all.
I suppose I will take a
It only takes 2 cubes to win a map.
on the other.
Let's go.
Assist General Memphis.
Very well then.
Ward, you have
There are
orders.
mechanics. I'll explain those mechanics when we get to the boss. Other than that, it is just kill things, defend the NPCs, do the mechanics of the events to the main layer, and then, yeah.
These explosions can disable the platforms, eventually
Up. Up and away. So we got to get all the way up to the fog pylon until it says that. And then it's going to go boom. And then we get a nice little smiley thing that says great job. We go back down and we do it again. I think the achievement is to do it like 5 times or something.
a good start. Do not relent.
Don't want to be in there. I think we got 2 out of 4 of them done. The middle also still has to be defended. Zoja does not die. I think this was one of the problems with this event too, is people weren't defending Zoja. The NPCs, the enemies especially, like to target Zoja. So it's a little annoying, but enough people don't want to do this that they, This one's still up. Oh. Nah.
The central one is exposed now. Destroy it.
Boom! So now we just got the central one, and we can see its health. So it's nice.
These explosives can disable.
Oh, God. Yeah. Nice. That's gonna be it.
The barrier has fallen, but now we must cut off the flow of power being harvested from Niles.
So now we have these
Use those mounts of yours to destroy
central
the
areas drawing
extractors.
power.
Position at the Colosseum.
The Warden and I are on our way, and we're bringing a little help. We've got some of Strom's caustic grenades here. They should work against the extractors.
All right, this is the same.
Run out, you can recharge them with essence from their defense turrets.
This is the same event that was happening over on the north side of the map. We have these pylons that have eyes. You have to hit them with the E skill or whatever your special action key is. It'll break the barrier on the node cluster, and then you just shoot them, and they die. Like so. A lot of people either don't have the skill, it seems, or do not understand how it all works. So, yeah. To recharge, you just kill one of these cryptids in the sky. Hit the little orb, do that, and you should get all 10 charges back. As far as I can tell, that's how it works. If there's another way to do it, I am not understanding. I'm going to be holding to the south side, by the way, because that's the achievement that I'm missing. Yeah. And I highly suggest killing sentinels, or they will knock you out of the sky. That'd be embarrassing.
The southern extractors have fallen.
Still holding. There we go. Success!
Got someone's attention. There's a big one over there.
Everyone across. We're going to take the fight to them before they can regroup.
Down below here, there's going to be a boss. This boss is going to put wells on the ground. If you touch a well, you're going to get poisoned. And it's going to suck. So, what you need to do is if you get poisoned, touch one of those wells. You need to cleanse yourself. He's yelling at me. At one of these places right here. That's it. That's all you got to do. You know what's going to happen? You're going to watch people fall. They're not paying attention. ArenaNet is literally yelling at you. Luckily, the DPS is usually good enough. Ow. Get some more. 3 stacks. Uh-oh. Alright. Success. Now we res all the people who did not understand, don't stand in the bad stuff. This is where we split up. And this is literally just kill as much as you can. If you're a support, you can support an NPC by booning them up if you want, but for the most part, don't get too far in front of the NPC, or they're gonna get crowded and it's gonna take forever to kill the things.
We're storming their palace and they still didn't.
The thing is, all this stuff scales up based on the number of people in the hallway, and since it's like 30 to 40 people in the hallway, the vets and the elites have tons of health. So it takes forever to kill whatever hangs them up if you're with like just 4 people. I don't get why people are failing this so much.
To survive here, necessity breeds skill better than practice. I wonder who taught me that. Reach the door.
All right, here we go. So each side has the same kind of events. In this case, we have to break the shields or the relic or whatever. Don't stand in the circles, but pretty much just drop all your DPS to kill the relic or whatever's shielding them. Yes, guards will come out, but as long as everybody's doing some high DPS, they'll die pretty quickly. And then when the shield is broken or whatever's stopping you from doing the damage to the thing, full damage on the thing. The thing will continue to do the effects that we've seen before, so you don't want to stand in the middle of something and take a bunch of damage. So just be aware. I should probably put on some real food. All right. Wow, I've never seen a, Why am I lagging? A lot of guards. All right. Success!
Moving then. The others will be waiting.
Drying on.
So this is an escort event yet again. We're gonna have a lot more elites as we go down. This is where I've been stuck helping an NPC for 2 minutes, killing an elite because people ran so far ahead that this happens.
Impressive combination.
Not this time. It was like me and 2 other people last time I did this meta, and we were stuck killing an elite that took forever. Had so much freaking health. And people were just waiting down here too. Like nobody went back to see like why the NPC wasn't moving.
Respectfully, Warden, how long do you plan to wait?
Sharks
I'm not saying you plan to leave from the front.
Last time I tried to step back, besides, it's a bunch of soldiers to see the war and fight.
Nice.
Proves I'm not asking anything of them I wouldn't do myself.
My target. Oh, it's over here. Dang! Die, die, die! Come on, people, break the bar. Yeah, people are running off it. But the NPC isn't caught here, so we can probably move on. But everything chases you here to the end, so you have to kill it eventually. All right.
Stay alert. Outright.
Last time I missed this part because I was able to walk outside or something up here. Yeah, and I got stuck. I don't remember how, but I couldn't come back down into here. And then I had to run back.
Wait, I know this one. Charybda.
Look at you. Now, right where I wanted you to be. Did I not tell you before? Everything you do is according to our plan.
And the time I got here, there was like 3% left on this dude.
I'm standing.
You see only the walls around you, but I see the whole labyrinth. Allow me to show you what you missed.
Now! Can't dodge it. Skill lag. Is this rage? Oh, dang. Okay. I'll get 8 achievement points. Rage! Dang, am I doing enough damage? Uh-oh. We're fine. More rage. So this is teaching you to close rifts as fast as you can, or you're going to have some problems. And that is where a lot of people fail this event. Right there is they're not closing those rifts fast enough, and they keep getting flooded and flooded with NPCs. There's got to be spam all over the ground. There's going to be enemies all over the place. There we go. Dang. 15 achievement points. 17 achievement points right there, I think.
There's no telling what might be waiting for us here.
Got it. All right, let's go. I forgot, you have to interact.
A strange room. What purpose did it serve?
It was once a meeting hall and council chamber, where Epoch's generals and advisors gathered.
Once he starts seeking our counsel,
2 relics.
I could outrun a centaur.
its purpose doesn't seem to have gone without its use.
Easy peasy. All right, I highly suggest if you can pick up an electromagnetic pulse, but also the remote bombs here do fantastic work. Since the boss has a big hitbox, the remote bombs do a lot of burning damage. So those are nice too. I'm gonna use the pulse to try to break bars as the rifts open. Some food on the ground, excellent for people who need it. This commander's pretty good at talking about stuff, so
What did he turn into?
Replenishing.
Let's say
I'm gonna grab a rage. Watch the cracks on the ground.
Impressive combination.
Watch your feet. There's gonna be a lot of circles. Gonna be picking up people as fast as I can. All right, so right here, there's a champion and there's a rift. I'm gonna go ahead and hit that special action key and kill these dudes as fast as possible. Some other people are on the march here, so that's good. This is where the whole goddamn event fails. Close the rift as fast as you can. Boom. And then the other champions will disappear. And then another rift will open. I cannot save you, buddy. What does this one do? But pretty much, I am going to search down these rifts.
Time to do some lifting.
Because everybody else can just slam on the big dude all they want. And then there's going to be green circles. You're going to want to stand in those. Close the rift. Next one.
I could outrun a centaur.
I hate this champ. Close the rift. It does not matter if those other champs are going, as far as I know, because as soon as the rift closed, they die. Oh, no, no.
Replenishing.
Where? Right next to it? No time to get consumed. Whoever's doing support, you're wonderful. Doing no damage. See, they just die. Res. Boop. If I go down, if I die, I have pay to win, so it's all right. No, not that is. It's a res orb. Dodge through that nonsense. Got it. If you get eaten, you have to kill the champ. When you're done killing that champ, you'll be knocked back outside, and you need to cleanse yourself like before, so you need to find a fountain. Alone. That table. Ow, I got hit by it. Fine. Point of having all this life force if I'm not going to use it. The rift. Good job, whoever the healer is. That makes life easy. Ow! Up, 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 up. Ow! No! Ain't it? It's some bullshit. Fine. I'm fine. Let's do some passive damage to the boss. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna stand in the middle of this green spot and hope I don't go down. Fine. Rift. All the way on the other side.
I could outrun a centaur.
Up, 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 up. No. Try it, buddy. It's gonna take the full brunt of that because somebody's giving me barrier. I am not gonna be able to take that though. Looks on you, ArenaNet. I have 40,000 effective health. No! Close the rift! Oh, shit. I'm gonna stay here because if you don't do the green circle, it's gonna hurt a lot of people. Excellent! Uh-oh. Get behind on the rifts. There is way too much spam here. I will admit that this event has way too much shit happening. But, you know, devs think that's difficulty, and really it's just annoyance. Alright, kill the champ. Cleanse. Good. rifts are sort of getting away from the group that was focusing them, so just gotta be aware. We have plenty of time here, 6 minutes left. And there, this is a lot of bullshit. If you can't tell what's happening on the screen, either can I, so. What do I have? Alice? Big mood. I want this one. How do I get this one? Putting your personal waypoint here is probably a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna throw my DPS at this guy. Fuck!
You'll have to hit much harder.
Oh, you got up. That's all that matters. Holy crap. Jesus Christ. Stop going down! Stop stepping on the cracks. Great. Close the rift, please.
Time to do some replenishment.
Run through, do a little bit of DPS. Cool, cool, cool. Still good. Damage is good in the middle. Still focusing rifts. Excellent. Great job on the rips. We have complete control. I'm gonna put this down right in this spot. Where's my rift closing? Thank you. Why was that champ so far away? Oh God! We're fine. No panic. No panic. Die, champions. Goodbye. All right. 0 out of 6 rifts. What? That's crazy. Full deeps. Full deeps. Run through. No, no, no. No, no, no. I don't know if we have enough deeps. Getting overrun over here. Alright. Whoa. Right here.
Close to dying.
No. Best I can do. So the devouring. Gonna throw that there. Do a little bit of this. Ah, God! I'm fine! See? Easy.
All mine.
He's cornered them, but no less dangerous for his
Easy. We get all the different kinds of map currencies. Bunch of rewards. We're gonna grab the chest. We're gonna res the dead people who didn't waypoint. I don't agree with that. Quit being petty.
Sweet, sweet loot. Replenishing.
Then let us press our advantage while we can. We are in the end game now. Feel free to pass through the towers again if you desire.
I mean, some of us make up for a lot of people. That's all I'm saying. There's no reason to be petty. We won. I don't get it. We won. Okay, don't be me. Don't be mad that we won. What the frick? That's my job. Hey, we got a weekly done. But that was the meta there. I've yet to fell it, so I don't know what's happening with other groups. I think they're just not focusing the rifts and they're getting overtaken. So the first time I came here, we were going to lose because there was like 4 rifts open. And I realized what was happening. And I just started going in a circle. And we actually got the rifts to go from one to the other instead of across the way. And so eventually it was like 5 of us running in a circle, just clearing the rifts one after another. And everybody else was able to pretty much just DPS. And we won. So I don't know. I feel like the meta is pretty alright. So I'm gonna grab a pouch of Stardust. When you do this meta once a day, you can choose a reward, a clot, a pouch of Stardust, a case of captured lightning. Stardust is what I need the most of because since I'm spending time on this map, it's really easy to get gasps and that kind of thing. So yeah. I'm playing the objectives, yeah. The hell is that noise? And then people who die, they're not waypointing back. That's always been an issue, but yeah. Trying to think there's something else. Think so? But yeah, the map will close now, and that's it. So 24 deluxe gearboxes. There we go. Open all that up. Siren's Call. What we got? Sure. I'll sell it. 38.38. Goodbye. Couple relics. I'm missing 2. Twin Generals and Wayfinder. Did get some achievements there, so... what else do we have? Squad Interceptor. Interneos Lieutenant. I don't know what this stuff is. So this is probably the stuff I'm just going to 25 times? I swear it was only 5. I am 1 short for that one. Damn it. Earn 18 progress points by defeating caretakers and breaking locks in the Siege the Chamber of Rehabilitation and Free the Prisoners event. No idea what the hell that is. I do not like these achievements. I really hope they don't do this in the next expansion. I get getting us to do events and stuff, but they need to be more general, I feel. I feel like a lot of this shit is like go jump through the hoops so many times. I mean... I don't get this shit. I'm participating. I don't get why I have to participate perfectly or whatever. Like, it's just dumb. I still don't know how I don't have that one. Alright, well, I need 5 more achievements. Get the meta done. Some pretty close, some not, so it looks like I'll have to do the meta again and figure out this shit. Hell is this? Oh, it's the repeatable one. You have to do one side and then the other and then beat it. Why? Oh, because I didn't beat this. That was the only thing that was missing, and then that finished that achievement, and then I beat it. Okay. Yeah, that sort of sucked that I got locked out last time and missed it. Oh, well. You have to do 25 spell bombs. That's the target thing. Ugh. There's a mastery stuck there. What was the other thing that I needed to look at? Interneos mastery. Okay, so it looks like Wayfinder. So I have to finish Interneos mastery and then the story one, looks like. Okay. To get that one. So many achievements that build off of each other. Mastery points. What am I missing here? Any of them? Interesting. That's nice. Repeat the finger. Okay. Got the points there. Repairing the extractor. 2 points there. See, I did do most of this, so... 250 astral fluctuating masses. What the fuck is that? Huh? The Wizard's Tower requires Wayfinder Mastery. We need to go figure that out. Got all the mastery insights. Cool. Rift hunting. That is all complete. Convergences. I still have yet to actually get back into convergences for any of the new stuff. There's challenge mode things. There's tons of achievement points in there for that. Okay. Let me go to the Wizard's Tower and see what the hell that one thing is. Is it like ecto gambling, or is it just like, what's it cost? That's what I need to figure out. But I think the best thing I do is slash wiki some of the stuff where I have to go around and like find the dudes and stuff like that. They did make it easy enough to figure that kind of stuff out. I found all like the old relic things or whatever, the old Tyrion stuff. That one was pretty easy because just by you using the sky scale and running around, like it gave you a good enough warning where to find it. And I really appreciated that. But having to go get a bomb and blow open a certain NPC after you find them is really annoying. You have to go all the way back to the guy, get the bomb, and then go all the way back to where the dude was. But there's a lot of achievement points here. I mean, who the hell am I looking for?
Let's see the color of your coin.
A lot of people here for this to be closing. Collection available.
This is taking some time. You had to ask for those torched
Oh, okay. It's that guy.
insects. Much harder to catch than vegetation.
I prey on my meal.
Relics. Exchanges. Is that the guy? Yes.
Took me a while to get used to the elevator.
That's the way. That's close. So we can buy other currencies. Okay. In a rune bag. 1 purchase per day. I need this. 25 for 10? That's not really good. This? The hell? Wait, do I have enough? I need to go do rifts if I was to get the armor done. A light karmic bag for 25? That's cool. Where was this one again? Achievement? Ornamaguma? Wizard's Tower? I did not mean to do that. I don't know how that just happened. What's this? Lay infused sand? Okay. Weekly cells. Astral fluctuating mass. 42 per week. I can use those? I absolutely do not need oil. Hello. Yeah, I'll buy some. And this, oh, thank God, there's a use for it now. ArenaNet, coming through. What else is in? Hatch chilies? Heck yeah, I'll give up on the freaking prismaticite crystal. Heck yeah, goodbye. I don't need that crap. We gotta come here every week. Oh, frick is all of this crap? What? There's a throne? The hell? Why is this locked? Oh, I need inner mastery. You can just straight up buy the mapping gifts or exchange them for some currency. It doesn't look like you'll get all your currency back though, but at least something. Oh, you can use the essence for other stuff. What is this? Purified? Oh, is this the thing that I need for all of this? Ritz. I don't think this stuff would really be worth it. But at least you could exchange it if there's too much. Alright, what else we got in here? Hero's Choice Chest. Oh, you can just do them in mass? That's interesting. A chunk of ambergris. Huh. Interesting. I don't know why you wouldn't just open it up and grab this stuff, but okay. Same thing here, isn't it? Yes. Again, don't know why you wouldn't just open it up and grab this stuff, but okay. Guess if you just want to do it all at once. Same thing here, huh? Okay, so it looks like this achievement is based off of these things right here. Right? Yeah, so we'll have to come back week after week to open those, and it looks like it's just a bunch of random crap. So let me sell the junk.
Always a pleasure.
Same stuff you get from purchasing from the Gleam of Sentience, it looks like. But it uses other currencies that I definitely do not need. And so it'll be nice to get rid of some of that stuff. Cool. Alright. So 42 does not fit in there. What's that? 6 weeks? Takes 6 weeks, something like that. Yep. So now that I know this is here, I should have already been doing this, but I have another 5 weeks of coming here and buying those, and I gotta remember to do it. Eventually get 5 achievement points, but the other thing is, it's a place to spend the currency of, or spend the resources of whatever. Huh? Talking about? I still took your cabbages anyways.
Thank you.
Interesting. I wonder how far off on the armor I am from some things. Go take a look at that really quick. So I need... Just get to a bank. I believe I need 6 of each of these. And with 3 star pouches, I might have enough, but now I'm missing the amalgamated Cryptus essence, I think. Which means I need tier 2 and tier 3. Where's the dude who sells the stuff?
Wow, that's quality armor.
You.
Thanks. Come. Warm yourself by the forge.
I need 7... 6. I need 30, so I need 22 amalgamated Cryptus essence. But it looks like the pouch of Stardust and stuff isn't going to be what's holding me back. It's actually just doing rips. Okay. And I've been taking the pouch of Stardust from the new meta. Oh, I need 12 of these. Okay, so I'm still short. But it's not really the problem, because that meta, I can take the pouch of Stardust or whatever else I need. I'm surprised you don't get essences from the new meta. But I'm still miles away from getting tier 2 legendary armor. Do not understand. There's something else you have to do after this? No, there it goes. I think my glow is just black with my current dye. What? This wasn't shiny enough for people? I don't even have the correct dyes. I really do think people are just complaining to complain about certain things. This is actually looks better than I remember. And then it slowly fades away, right? With the Aurene effect in that one, it's a lot of shine. You know you're going into combat. I do like how it sort of just fades away. But what the hell is all of this stuff? Completes the complete Skywatch Archipelago events task for creating suffused obsidian armor. I don't understand. I feel like... So here's my thing about Guild Wars 2 in general. There's just shit everywhere. Like, nothing gets explained ever. Like, they don't explain the steps at all. This is why the wiki is so important for everything. I don't know what the fuck that is. And that's bad. I'm gonna be a 12-year vet, and I'm still coming across in the game of, what the fuck is this? And I should not. It should be like, oh, I see it's for this. But I don't know what it is. I don't know what this does. I don't know what it's talking about. There's obviously a collection for this armor but you have to do something for it? Maybe? But that I wish that was just a SotO thing, but they've done it in so many places in the game. There's content in this game I've never seen guaranteed. Yet I'm at the end game. Like, there's no reason for me to go get that shit. It's just there. It's like minis or an armor set or whatever, and it's just overly complex. I don't know why. Like, What is this collection? Why can't I right click? Show me what the fuck you're talking about. Like, here's the relics. Is it legendary armor? Tier 2. I don't understand. So I have to purchase a rune stone. Hold on, but this gives me 2 rune stones? What? Complete each task with the runestone of suffusion in inventory to earn 2 imbued runes of suffusion. Oh, I need an imbued rune of suffusion. Oh, okay. Or not. Or we didn't have to do that. We just go get the extra material and buy the shinier shits. Fuck me. There's another step here. Nobody wants to do that. And if they do, they might as well just go beat their head through a fucking wall. I do not understand the convolutedness of all this bullshit. I can't wait to make the legendary spear and back piece in the next expansion that's gonna tell me to go jump through a fucking fire hoop 12 times over, do the same fucking thing, come back, not good enough. Now you gotta go do the metas that you've already done 15 times for something else, but now we want you to do it again with an item in your inventory because we haven't seen you dance, monkey. Fucking dance. How about this, ain't it? Fuck you! I'm not doing it. I'm not making tier 2 armor. Just I'm tired. I don't want to go back and do the meta for yet another fucking thing. I don't. Holy shit! I didn't see anything in the blog post about that, so welcome to the next expansion. Good luck getting everything in your homestead. Good luck. Because I guarantee without a doubt, in your homestead, they're gonna make you do the same shit for something. They can't just give you something to let you play with it. They can't. In the game industry, they can't just let you complete shit and move on. They can't. It just fucking hurts them. The devs feel offended by you completing stuff simply. So there's no reason for me to return to the maps because I know it's too much work to make me shiny. And I mean, like, I'm wearing a fucking outfit anyways, so I'm not wearing legendary armor, and I don't know, that's shiny enough for me. So why would I go through the extra steps here for this tier 2 legendary armor? It's a fucking facade. It's a fucking lie. Even when I did the world versus world armor, it's not worth it. What is this higher tier legendary what? What are we working towards, and why is there so much work for something we should just get base? Because that's really not much of anything to anyone, I really feel. No wonder they get offended when they don't think it's shiny enough, because they know it's gonna take more work to get the effect that they should just get for already doing the hard grind for it in the first place. I'm gonna have to knock down this expansion seeing the in-game content to a 7 out of 10. I can't believe what I just saw. Go finish a collection to get the thing to upgrade your armor after doing more work that you've already done. You've already done everything we're asking you to do. We just want you to do it again. No! I'm bored! This shit is only interesting the first 10 times. Maybe. Omnitas meta, I would rather walk on glass. It's slow, badly made nonsense. I don't care if you sped it up. I don't give a fuck. No player gives a fuck. Stop making my rewards so far down the fucking road. Quit kicking the can. It makes me want to fucking kneecap you so you can't kick the can by not supporting you with money. That's what it ends up doing. People don't buy the next expansion because they're not done with this one. Why? Because it's work. If I wanted to work, I would get paid for it, right? So why would I do it in a video game? Jesus Christ, all of this is work. Like, look at this shit. Do this 25 times? Why? It should be so fun that I do it 25 times. Not because there's a checklist. This is the stuff that continues to plague the game. This right here. Not the story. Fuck the story. This. At the end of the day, you have learned nothing from the last 12 fucking years of development. Because you do the same shit the last 12 years that veterans find exhausting and causes burnout. A new player coming in? Maybe not. Maybe not. But for me, fuck your dog and pony show. You don't get it from me. You'll get it from the fucking moron who bought the game 2 years ago because I love the game and they want to get into it too because it seems like I enjoy it until I run into the fucking wall for rewards I've worked so fucking hard for, and to get the little shiny thing to put some polish on there, I now have to go do the same shit again that I find unenjoyable. I'm surprised we don't have to do the Chalice of Tears. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised, like, it's just so fucking immersion breaking. I've already done the fucking work. Like, what is, but here's my thing, what's the point of buying this then? What's the point of making that so fucking expensive to buy then? If I then have to go out and wait an hour to do a fucking meta event for a collection. And yeah, it's just 3 of them. But if you have all 18 pieces, good luck to you. Stop limiting what I can do to earn rewards. Let me just play content. Why can't I just show up to a meta because I'm there? Why don't I get rewarded because I'm just doing random events? Why? Do this thing, yet in the event, you have to defend the circle. So now you're countering your own fucking content. Like the devs, if I shake their head, can I hear rattling? These fucking achievements should not exist. They're counterintuitive. Any fucking quality assurance person should tell you that. Not only should there be defending of the circle, there should be spell bombs away, and there should be no requirement for what the achievement is. It's simply, did you do one or the other? Continue to do those. So why is there a focus on spell bombs away, yet not defending Zoja? Because some fucking moron's gonna fall for that until they see the achievement? It doesn't feel good. This is a Guild Wars 2 problem. This isn't a SotO problem. This isn't a fucking expansion problem. This is everywhere, every bit of content. We can't just simply get the task done. It's get the task done, but do it again and again and again and again. And fuck me, would rather go play a different fucking video game. And it's so infuriating that 12 years of this, And I tell everybody, you're on a clock. As soon as you join the game, you have 5 years until this bothers you. And you're not gonna do it. You're gonna stop doing it. You don't have time for it. They don't respect you here. Whoever does their achievements, they want to fuck you in your ass. And if your asshole isn't big enough, they're gonna make it big enough. They do not care about you as a gamer. This is it right here. This is the problem with Guild Wars 2. It's how they give us content is so counterintuitive to how we play the game. When the game came out, they said play as you want. Yet for some reason, after the core game, they just suddenly just started doing this. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's an industry problem, but it's definitely an ANET problem. Whoever has control of the achievements, I really do hope they get fired. Because this shit is not thought through. Someone got paid for that. And it bothers me. Because if you were smart, you wouldn't make requirements in your achievements. That doesn't make fucking sense. Great job. You did the dishes 5 times this week. Here's an achievement point. It's the dumbest shit you can put in a video game. Simply asking the question, did you do the dishes this month? Yes, you got the achievement. Feels good. Telling me that I have to do it so many times does not. Locking my legendary behind not only a collection, but base materials that I didn't buy something to go do something in that collection, which I can't see what I have to do. I can't work towards it now while I'm waiting for my stuff to collect. Fucking rattle. Rattle, rattle, rattle. No, I'll just wear outfits. Thank you, microtransaction store. You saved me here. Pay to fucking win. Now I don't have to work towards something to get how many achievement points? I'm sure it's not even enough achievement points for fucking in your time. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Where is it? Where is it? 15 achievement points? You can take them and shove them up your ass. You can have my 15 achievement points. I never want them. Go ahead and just remove this achievement from my fucking collection because I'm never going to do it. Not only did you waste your time, but I can't imagine there's enough players who are going to do this to make it worth whatever dev wrote this up. I just mean waste our time more, but continue to waste studio time. Fucking hell, they obviously don't have enough to do. So they make this shit up and make it harder for us for, I don't know why. I got other things to do in the game. There's other stuff being regurgitated that I have to go back and play. This is where players don't think the game is worth the money. Because it's not. I should get paid to play that. I should get paid to play that bullshit right there. Pay me to play that. Because that feels like quality assurance testing. Because I can tell you already, no. What a fucking waste of time. I'm just glad I didn't notice it last time. I was getting excited. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get the materials and buy that. And this is to buy once a day, whatever. But how much does this fucking cost? Let's look at it. 250 obby shards. What is this? 50 vials of might and 50 vials of magic. So you can pay 100 gold and a stack of obsidian shards once a day to just fill out the collection. Are you fucking kidding me? Get out, just get out of game development. Just get out. Not only that, you have to have the mastery done. Jesus Christ. Fucking just... Why are we here? That's part of the final update? You couldn't give that to us sooner. This is why you don't bother with legendaries? Weapon legendaries are simple. Just craft a bunch of shit, throw it in the forge, and get your fucking weapon. A PvE open world armor, that's gotta be complicated as fuck. Stick to world versus world. Because eventually you're just gonna shove things into a forge and get your fucking armor. And here's the crazy part. It's faster, easier, more enjoyable, more rewarding. You're not gonna get a bunch of account-bound bullshit that you have to convert. Nah. In fact, go do raids. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Make open world PvE players go do raids. Let me tell you, raids are easy. Don't think there's a barrier to entry there. Just stop thinking that. But, wow. Rage-inducing. Wow. Dance, monkey, dance. Dance, fucking dance for me, monkey. You can't just have it. Can't just go and get the thing. No. Let's make sure you go and play the content these devs worked on. What makes you think I didn't play the content? That's what's crazy. If it was retroactively giving me things, then maybe. But I'm not going back to do fucking metas in the other map. They're just not good enough. Like, they're bad. That's why you're making me go back to do them. Like, you're admitting people aren't gonna stay interested. That's what's happening, right? So make it interesting. But here's what's crazy. Now let's go back to the Wizard's Tower, because I don't think you people understand. People are like, he's just mad because he has to do something in a video game. No, I don't think you understand how stupid they think you are. I want you to see it. I need you to see it. Because this is the game dev industry as a whole. They think you're this fucking stupid because they went and learned how to do whatever, and I can make a fucking game in a fucking studio. No, look at how they treat gamers. Here it is. Hold on. We gotta wait for the longest loading time for SotO. What do I have to do to get this stuff up here? Who has the answer? Who has the answer for me? I have to go do the metas. Right? So I have to go do content, convergences, rifts, whatever gives me essences. Then I have to go do metas to get this stuff, right? Right here. So I have to go back and play those maps some more, because I either have to earn the map currency or do the meta, right? So if I look this up, where is it? Where is it? Where is... Come on, Wiki. Come on, you fucking assholes. I have to look up the collection. What's the fucking collection? But again, Just can't be simple. What a long fucking name. Should have just called it Suffused Obsidian. Not Tier 2 Legendary Armor, Suffused Obsidian. Holy fuck. They are so fucking full of themselves. Dance, monkey, dance. You have already done this. All of this. Every bit of it. Capture 250 charges of rift energy. Defeat 3 legendary creatures and convergences. Complete 15 events in each of the maps. Add power to 75 starlight lanterns. Defeat 3 world bosses throughout Central Tyria. Complete 3 meta events in the new maps. Then why, for all that's holy and sanctimonious in the world, do I need to buy something that makes me do that stuff? Gamers are stupid. They'll do anything we ask them to do. Everybody should have been on the forums telling them how stupid that is. But I guess gamers are that dumb because you're gonna do it anyways. Oh, it's easy. If you've already done it, you can just do it again. No, that is not my point. I don't have the fucking time. Let alone it's locked. So I don't even know. And then they're gonna charge you 100 gold worth of materials, plus 250 obby shards to complete one of these? What in the new player fucking trap is that? We can't just have fun. We can't just naturally earn something. We can't just do the dog and pony show we've already done and get credit for it later. This is like if you went to college, got a degree, got done, and to get your masteries, you have to go do the 4 years again, exact same classes, right? That's what they're asking. This is so fucking stupid. I just don't know what to say anymore. But nobody's gonna care. That's what they bank on. But whoever made this should be fired. It should not exist in the game. It is a waste of typing. It is a waste of somebody's job. It's bloat. It is absolute fucking time bloat. It is bloatware in my game. I've already done this. All of that. Nobody cares though, so I don't give a fuck. All right, we're moving on. I just do not understand why this wasn't the direct cost to this. That's what I don't understand. A stack of obby shards plus 100 gold to buy the suffused armor? That makes sense. Maybe not 100 gold worth of stuff, but still. Yeah, I could streamline this right now. No collection, nothing. In fact, fuck it. You're not gonna believe this. You're not gonna believe this. The only thing you would have to get is a token after you get your obby shards to throw in the forge with that stuff. You don't even have to go to a vendor. You just fucking open your inventory and be like, what? A stack of obby shards and what? But why use existing systems? Why do that? There is somebody that needs to be at ArenaNet who sees these things. There just has to be. There is no way it continues to happen year after year. I don't know how it gets approved. Like, I don't. You need to find the person approving that stuff and get rid of them. Because it's a problem. Like, it's a waste of developers' time. It's a waste of company money. It's a waste of fucking consumer money buying your game. Like, it just doesn't need to be there. You need to be focusing on the content in the game to keep people interested, not pulling them away to go look at menus and look at vendors. I don't get the counterintuitiveness to it all. I just don't know how you haven't seen it after all these years. It's getting to the cracks, which means usually it's a higher up. It's someone in management. And if there's some theory to it all, you just have to go, the theory doesn't work here. It's unneeded. Don't throw game theory and other shit in your video game just to make content. Stop it. Less is more. Make fun things. Having to /wiki to figure out what that is bullshit. Bullshit does not belong in a video game. I don't know what to say. The greatest part about that is now I'm not going to waste my time on it. 15 achievement points is just going to sit out there. Most people in the game aren't going to make legendary armor. They're just not. Or they're going to make pieces of it and then stop. I just wish that PvE wasn't such a fucking Taskmaster event. You can't just play the game and enjoy it. Because you have to work towards so many other things if you want to get something better done. Or complete something to the fullest. This reminds me of cats in the home instance. When they started putting cats out in the world. And you go feed them the food. And it was great. And you get cats in your home instance. And then suddenly, you have to go play tier 4 fucking fractals to get a cat. Or do the most annoying thing in Super Venture Box to get a cat. And then, oh, they don't like this anymore. No, we don't like what you did with it. We like collecting cats. We just hate that someone took it and fucking shit on it and fucking made it unfun. The criticism is valid, but someone at the company's too stupid to realize it. I really do hope Josh Davis sees these things eventually and says, okay, that's enough. Because let me tell you, I don't know. I've lost all motivation to continue playing SotO. And I'm going to drop it down half a point. 7 out of 10. There is so many things that need to be improved here that I really do hope Janther Wilds slows it the fuck down. And whoever's making those achievements, fucking just, they go somewhere else. Fucking go work at an accounting firm. Because I do not understand what the hell. Since you like to see numbers go up, fuck you, go do it somewhere where you need to do the math. Because I don't think people understand how long it's going to take to do 25 of these. If I join a map, I have to push both metas, right? Just to get to the start of the third meta. And then I don't know how many spell bombs I'm going to be able to do. But let's just adjust it to say I can get 5. So that means I have to do that 5 times. If that takes me 2 hours a day to get to that one achievement, it's going to take 10 hours to get 5 achievement points. And what? Five calcified gasps? But my point is, why did you not think that through? And that's if you get 5. That's if you get 5. Anytime you don't give 5, add 2 hours to the timer. And say you only get 2. That's literally 24 hours, an entire day's worth of time for one achievement. And I'm talking just getting to it can take that long. And getting it done, 2 hours of your day. Because if you can't find an organized map, you have to push it yourself. And that takes time to get one side done and then the other, let alone if you can find someone to do it both at the same time, and let alone here in about 5 months, who the fuck knows if someone's going to be playing those maps? Jesus Christ. There's just nobody that does math there. ArenaNet has a balance problem because there's no math. I've said this for years. Who is making that shit? A simple calculation should make you go, how long should it take to do this achievement? How long? And let me tell you something. That achievement, as it sits right now, would take me 3 weeks to finish. Because I only play about 3 hours and 40 minutes a week. And that's if I just did the meta. Nothing else. So while ArenaNet's treating you like a fucking moron, let me back it up. That dev is a fucking moron for not realizing how long that will take. They didn't play it. It's just that simple. They did not go do that achievement. And if they did not do it on a live server. Let alone, they don't understand there's 2 parts to that. You have to defend the center and do the bombs. So if you're busy defending the center because nobody else is doing it, you can't even do the achievement. So it's counterintuitive to play. It's a constant problem. Let me look at the rest of these and see if they sort of play along the same lines. Use caustic grenades. You could, instead of just like blowing up the eyeballs, I guess you could just focus this one down. So for 5 achievement points, it could only take you twice, so less than 4 hours if you're fast enough. What do we got here? That's not it. I don't care about that. I don't know what this is. Progress points. So now we have progress points. Whatever progress points means. What's that? We don't get to see progress points as players. Duh! Progress points. Hey everybody that plays Guild Wars 2. Did you get enough progress points today? No, because you don't know what the fuck that is. Watch this though. /wiki. Jailbreak. Let's see. No. Where's the achievement? Reason missing stuff, obviously. Wow, this isn't even done yet. I'm surprised. But I'm not surprised, all the same, because they must be exhausted. There it is. Yeah, we'll never know. As we get sent to the event. I'm sorry, everybody. Didn't get enough progress points today to complete my task. That one's just grabbing the emotional attunements. It's weird because you get 20 of them at a time, I thought, but maybe I'm not understanding that one. But who knows? Maybe it was just progress points. Moving on. Barely a scratch. Assure Arena's health doesn't drop. This one's pretty easy. Again, a lot of people are able to do that, so. Siege Hatchery, restore the dispatching adolescents awards more progress. So not progress points, just progress in general? But what does that mean? Now we don't have progress points, we just have progress. I've now done this event twice and only have 8 points towards 18, whatever that means. Let alone jailbreak and this one are separate. So yeah, these are gonna take you about 12 to 16 hours to finish if you're not getting enough points, probably. So just alone, these 2 achievements are shit. What do we got? Defeat 50 Cryptus attacking through the rifts. My thing with this, more than likely, is you have to kill them. So that's why I'm not done with it. Which, again, is fucking stupid. If I damage the motherfucker and it dies, I killed it. Got this done. That's just simply getting each of the different ones at the emotional attunement at the end. This one's a pretty good achievement. You want to see what each one of them does, personally, trust me. Use /threaten an emote during defeat Eparch the Consumed King event. Oh, so here's another one where I'm supposed to emote when we're supposed to be like fucking playing the game. It's easy, it's an achievement point. I guess it might go to the mastery. Does it go to the mastery? Is it in there? What was it called? Yes. So I guess that's a quick one to do. Maybe a freebie. But you know what I'm going to remember to do when I get to the end meta instead of trying to rush to get in place and get my stuff set up? I've got to remember to /threaten. Target practice. I've already complained about the adventures enough. They're stupid, they're dumb, I hate them. I wish adventures would go away. I don't remember what this was. Oh, this was the relic stuff. This one was actually a pretty good achievement. Not bad. You earn a relic from it. So that one was a good one. Mostly because doing this one didn't require me to /wiki anything. I was literally just traveling the map doing events and stuff and would see the thing pop up to go find the relic. So you kill the loyalist, you grab the relic, you're done. Easy. Didn't actually take that long either. I mean, it might take you an hour. Maybe. I don't know if you just go after it. This is the missing broodlings one. At least it's 10 achievement points, so I guess that's not bad. And you get a novelty item. But this one is go find the dude, go back, get the explosive, go and blow it open. Stupid. I hate it. What is the point of not just carrying around the explosives to free the Cryptus? Like the achievement itself, like it's not terrible, but the principle, the idea behind it, I don't know, the what's supposed to be immersive is like the story. I don't know. It's stupid. I fucking hate it. Dance. This is a dance monkey dance. Go find the thing. To go back to an NPC just to go back to the thing is just a waste of everyone's time. Like, it's a collection that you have to do everything twice. You spend a lot of time just running back and forth. It's old school. Hey, can you go talk to that person for me? Okay, go find 5 of these things and go talk to that person for me again. This is such an old ideology right here, and they probably don't even know it. I could tell them, because in quality assurance, I'd be like, are we playing WoW now? Like, what is this? Discover ingredients. This is another collection. Go to these places, do the things. Literally just regurgitating content. This entire thing right here, stupid. Hate it. I just think it's dumb. It just doesn't do anything for the expansion. I don't know why that's there. A lot of these achievements are just weird. Like, keep me in SotO. Keep me in the expansion. Make me go find an NPC I maybe missed or something. Give me some lore. No, that's not what any of that is. It's not. It's literally dash through 5 apple trees in Queensdale on your sky scale. I don't know what that does for discover ingredients. Like, do you see what I mean? They don't make sense. Dance, monkey, dance. 10 achievement points. Fuck you. That's it. That's all the achievements. Most of this was just terrible. The last update was the worst update out of all of them. Mostly because the shit is just go do the content again and a bunch of other random bullshit. I know we gave you a new story and a new part of this map, but there was actually nothing there for you, so we're gonna have to give you a bunch of regurgitated bullshit. That cannot happen in the next expansion, or people are just gonna keep dropping off. Already, people didn't think this was worth it, and they're not gonna pre-purchase the next expansion. Trust me, now I can see the numbers of people using my link. More people used the link last year for SotO than they used for this year already in the same time period. Just so people know. And I can see why, because this is the last hurrah for this update, for this expansion. Can we get a blog post about that? And the fact that you just literally have the C team making content for the last update. So now that I know this, I'm not looking forward to the updates for the next expansion as a jaded vet. But luckily, I view things differently now, and I'm hoping that this person doesn't have a job by then and they've moved on. Hey, Calca. Exactly, Chaz. That's what I've been complaining about this entire time. But that is Guild Wars 2. This is what they do. This is why I have so many. This is why I stopped achievement hunting. It's why stuff doesn't get done. It's why it just sits there. It's just busy work. It's not meaningful. Achievements need to be meaningful. Like, if you lock a mini behind a CM, okay. But I mean, it's not consistent either. It's not like we're getting the same kind of achievements every time. Because we don't get the same rewards, the same number of achievement points. There's no consistency to it all. Let alone now if you do the new CM for the strike mission, where's strike missions? I forgot to look. It's not even in here, I don't think. Like, that's the reward? But anyways, like, the mini isn't earned through beating Like, the mini isn't earned through the achievements. It's now earned from an NPC because it gets unlocked after you do it, that you then have to use currency to buy it. So you're like, you have to spend your rewards getting the rewards. Like, players need to recognize that kind of stuff because it's bullshit. It shouldn't be that way. It's counterintuitive play. People should feel like the rewards are rewarding, and they should be exactly that, rewards. I shouldn't have to spend my rewards to just get rewards that for other achievements I just earn automatically. Like, again, none of it makes sense. There's no consistency there. And I was an achievement hunter. I was in the top 500 players for achievement points. Hell, I was getting in the top 250. At one point, I guess, maybe I was in the top 200. But I stopped after a while because it's exhausting. And not worth it. Yeah, get to 25,000 as fast as you can. Get those bonuses to your account. They're worth it. And after that, I mean, it really comes down to how much time do you have. Surprised you're still doing the meta 20 times? All it takes is someone to recognize what I'm saying at the company and tell that dev no. Don't do that. That's all it takes to just sort of save face and less is more and make something fun. And they're gonna be like, it's supposed to be fun. Going back and playing the meta is supposed to be fun. Isn't playing Guild Wars 2 fun? Not the same shit 20 times. That's why I hate the fucking Convergence one. 100 times? You're stupid. You're fucking stupid. I want you to sit there and do Convergences 100 times and go, this is fun. Jesus Christ. I want to see the devs say that. I need justification directly from the source. Because for me as a player, I got other things to play. Like tomorrow I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom 100%. And I would rather do freaking 800 Karaks again than do 100 Convergences. Why? Because they're fast, fun, and easy. For the most part. For the most part. But Nintendo did the same thing every company does. They took the cats and they just couldn't keep them just being fun. Why do fun things continue leave good enough alone? Like, why does everything fun in any game just have to be ruined by some egotistical fuck? Because that's what happens. That's what has to happen. Because I can't imagine somebody making something that everybody enjoys and then turning around and just throwing it on the ground, smashing it, and then throwing fucking manure on top of it and being like, no, this is more fun now. Where you search through the shit to put the pieces together. Even though I was giving you the whole thing, we can't do that anymore. There's just no A to B. That's not fun. Yes, it was. I have not done the Arc Basin meta 100 times, gotten the Golden Child. Mostly because that was a fucking achievement that was do you see it? But you do see it, Chaz, right? You see it repeating. Like, that was from HOT. That's when this shit really started. Like, season 2, I started to see it. But boy, HOT, man, they just fucking turned that dial up. Where is it? Where is it? What's left in here? Shooting gallery. Holy fuck, adventures. I don't know how to get that achievement. And some people are like, you just complete everything and you do another one. It just doesn't work. 71 times. In almost 10 years now, right? We're closing in on a 10-year mark of HOT. 71 times I've done the Auric Basin meta. 8 achievement points sit there. 10 years ago, this came into my life. Actually, it's more than that, isn't it? Yeah, there's 18 achievement points sitting there. The reason why that achievement shouldn't exist is because it was fucking stupid then, yet we got it again as convergences. Do you see what I'm saying? It's never gone away. Like, this shit has not gone away. There is no reason to do the Auric Basin, the Auric Basin meta, right? In Tarir, there is no reason to do this 100 times. There's absolutely zero reason a player should do it 100 times. Why did some of them do it 100 times? Because there was a multi-map thing where they were getting much more rewards, so it was a very rewarding thing. The reason why I didn't do it, because that wasn't actually as rewarding as people thought it was, because they're too fucking stupid to understand that just because the sheep are grazing on the grass doesn't mean it actually tastes good. All right, I was over there getting freshwater pearls and making fucking 25 to 40 gold an hour. All right, because they were worth freaking 10 gold a pop. And you could do an entire Auric Basin meta and not even earn fucking 5 gold, and you just wasted 40 minutes of your time that you could have just gone to the freshwater pearl farm 3 times over and probably got a freshwater pearl for 10 gold. Or more. Fucking scrap, right? Jesus Christ. I think a lot of the reason why this stuff is done is because I did have to go back and do it again for other achievements. Like 71 times is just because I happened to be on the map or I had to go back for a collection or something. But to partake in 100 battles for Tarir, whoever made this is an idiot. Is an absolute dumbass, and whoever let it go through is an idiot. I'm sorry, this just isn't good. This is like 0 IQ fucking level thinking here. I don't care what went through your head. It's terrible. That's not an achievement. That's busy work. Dance monkey dance. And that, I mean, I don't know if... I'm trying to think. I mean, I still have some of this shit sitting here. This was literally like protect portals. And like, if you didn't do it, now trying to do this is near impossible. Because you have to get a group together to do it. That's why it's not done. I think the only reason I have all of this stuff done is because we had to go back and do it again, right? Because it's all the return. This is all the return stuff. Where is the living world stuff? Down here. Down here. Huh? What the hell is that? I don't know what this stuff is. The battle for Lion's Arch. Jesus Christ. I mean, good luck. This was Living Story Season 2. And I worked really hard. That's when I was an achievement hunter to get all of those. And then we got into Heart of Thorns. And it just ended up becoming bullshit. Migraine, Flights of Fancy. And they're part of the meta. Like, the shit was insane. Not thought through achievements. Just locking people out of finishing the meta achievements. Crazy shit. No optional achievements, really. Path of Fire. Look at all the ones I still have. Busy work. You just burn out. This was added after the fact. Grothmore, right? Like, you have to be on the map and they rotate through, so if you can't get there at the right time, whoever made this achievement, I don't know why, and fuck you. But it just sits there because, like, I have to be on the map, constantly rotating through 4 hours worth of work. And that's if you can make it to the champ before someone kills it. Like, achievements have not been good for a long time. Like, this shit is crazy. Just like constant collections and stuff. And the rewards just like, it's just like a skin. You just get a skin for it. Like, I don't know what to say. It's just weird. This is actual stuff that actually gets you things. We're just playing the map. Drizzlewood, it was amazing. I don't know what the fuck this is. What's champions? DRMs? Yeah, DRMs. Yeah, didn't do that. 25 achievement points. Yeah, that's right. Out of these 44,373 achievement points, I'm missing metas that give me 25 achievement points at a time. But you could not twist my arm into me going and doing a DRM. Because they're just that bad. Yet ArenaNet has done nothing to make them better and more enjoyable. Because a lot of this stuff needs all the like challenge modes on and shit. Like the content released, this is what was like sort of telling me just to quit the game. Because a lot of content ArenaNet makes was just not for me. Like, why am I playing PvE and working so fucking hard for some achievements? So I can get a skin now that I have a legendary back piece that's shiny and I like? Like, come on, man. Into dragons. Then a lot of achievements too are like, go play the story again, but choose the other option. And I get why those exist, because maybe they want you to go see the other dialogue to make sure you're not missing lore, that kind of stuff. But again, it's just, they don't respect your time. What if I don't have time to play through the story more than once? Well, fuck me. You're not loyal enough is what that's saying. This, I think I accidentally finished. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because I was trying to do this one. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So I was trying to get this stuff done only to get this one done. Secrets of the Obscure. I'm pretty sure that's it. Or one of them. One led to the other. I got the metas done here for all of this. But yeah. This is just story stuff. Go back in and play it again. Like, you can see the pattern here. It just wears you down. It just wears you down. Same shit, different year. Terrible, just terrible achievements. And then like, oh yeah, my legendary armor is now, like, it's trapped behind me, getting enough currency and finding time to go to do the thing instead of logging in, getting resources, buying whatever I need or forging whatever I need and just making the legendary. So it's not really open world PvE armor at all. It's just literally legendary armor in SotO. Because like, it doesn't let you escape from all the bullshit. They have entrapped you into the SotO content, which is a terrible, terrible idea. Why? Because we have another expansion coming in 3 months. We don't get a lot of time. You're gonna tell me I'm not gonna be busy during the summertime You're not going to tell me I don't have other games to play? You're not going to tell me this isn't busy work? Come on, let people get their shit done. In fact, they shouldn't even given us this many achievements or collections. We should have had most of it here by now. And the last thing they should have updated was just giving us a new meta that would help us complete the achievements we don't have done. That's how they really should have done it, so people can finish up the expansion and move on. But I digress. It's never going to change. As much as I've always tempted ArenaNet to change this so they would hit the button on it and make better achievements and stop giving us busy work and filling our time with nonsense and grind that's just not fun, but actually give us things that seem cool, or, you know, chasing after tokens that get us something we actually want. Instead, it's just all this fashion wars for veterans. And yeah, that's great. That's what the game's nickname is. That's what we do here. But, you know, what about veterans who don't give a fuck about that shit? What about the veterans who are tired of running the same meta 20 times over? What about the veterans who continue to buy your game, but we don't have time to spend 20 hours finishing one achievement that's only worth 5 achievement points? Because let me tell you, achievements in general have slowed down for the player base in the sense of veterans. Because the leaderboard, let me go find the leaderboard. If I can. Ready, hold on, I gotta log in. I am not a robot, correct. Oh, fuck. The captchas don't work anymore. There's AI. Get rid of that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, achievements. North America. I am ranked 337 overall in North America. Which blows my mind. I have no idea how I'm still that rank. But I think that's the point. The top North American achievement points is 49,947. North America has always been behind in achievement points because Europe is extremely competitive, okay? North America, we sort of have the leftovers here and people who are just constantly trying to go after. So we haven't even reached 50,000 achievement points here in North America. So I am technically 5,600 achievement points away from the top. And I'm still ranked 337 in North America. In EU, when I switch over here, it's going to tell a different story. No, I thought somebody hit 50,000 achievement points. Did they get banned? Did they cheat? But 49,922 is the achievement points. And it's been a little bit after this content has come out, so I don't know how close we're getting to 50,000. But with that, just looking at the numbers, I'm pretty sure I'm still in the top 2,000 between North America and Europe. 337 overall in North America. But the thing is, I have stopped going after stupid achievements. And the thing is, that 5,600 achievement point gap has grown throughout the years because the people at the top are the only ones dedicated, while people like me had just stopped. But since people coming in can't just catch me, it takes years to catch my achievement points, and if I earn any, it takes even longer, right? So, like, being here first has allowed me just to sort of not care, but I shouldn't be in the top 1,000 if achievements were so fucking good. Like, that's my point. Like, I shouldn't be as high as I am still, for North America even, because people should be earning achievement points so quickly that it pushes me out of the top, if that makes sense, because I'm not actively going after them. But achievements are so draining and they cause burnout so much that getting on the leaderboards, people like, I remember people complaining, I'll never get on the leaderboards. They need to do something about this. You don't want to be there. Trust me. You don't. You will burn out. You will have to stop caring at some point, because getting every achievement in this game is just 25,000 hours of your life you're never going to want to spend. And I've already spent 16,000 hours in the game. Not all that was spent achievement hunting. But let me tell you, I just... My guildie... Where was he? My guildie just hit 45,000. He's 45,040. And he's sitting at 240th. And he's only 600... What is that? Yeah, 680 points. 667 points ahead of me. So between 667 achievement points is between me at 337 and 240. And that's not a lot compared to how many achievement points are out there, right? Because 50,000, some people are closing in on 50,000. People that used to beat me have fallen to the wayside. And I see one of them on this list that I used to be behind by 50 achievement points. We were going back and forth, 50 achievement points. And they have only fallen back to 555 at 43,000 and some odd change. I'm not going to give the exact number there. But that just sort of shows you, like, it's hard. It's hard. Let me look here. There's just not a lot of people at the top because it's just exhausting. And that's mostly because the achievements are just unfun. They're just unfun. A lot of achievements you should go after the ones with maybe titles that are interesting, minis for sure, finished collections, or get you something like rewards, like map currency and that kind of stuff. Those are probably the best achievements you can do. And try to go after chunky ones that give you like 15, 20 at a time. Because not all of those require you to go do 25 of something, right? Doing 25 of something that's going to take me 10 to 18 hours for 5 achievement points and 5 of a map currency. And even if that gave me 25 of a map currency or even 250 of a map currency, this is going to be worth some achievements out there that are literally just go play a group of events and get a meta achievement done that gives you 20 achievement points. Those other ones are going to give you an extra like maybe 20 or 30. So you're going to get 40 to 50 achievement points doing that stuff and a lot of other rewards like minis, titles, again, map currencies, or whatever else they give you. Some give you gold straight up, or even a black lion key is out there for Living Story 2. The thing is, when you do those, you're going to get so many more achievement points, and it's going to take you the same number of hours. That's how bad the achievement point system is. So if you are going to go after achievement points and be an achievement hunter, my biggest suggestion for you is to not worry about those that take like forever to get done. Like getting the world versus world achievements done, do not worry about them ever until you're like 100 away. And even sometimes if it's like 100 keeps, that's still not close enough. Because when I'm looking at my achievements here, these are world versus world achievements, right? So I need to take 1,000 keeps. And the only reason I don't have this done is because I used to take Stone Mist and Towers most of the time. I believe I do have the Towers done, right? Something like that. They added in all these achievements. But like, just because this is 41 away, doesn't mean I'm getting this done anytime soon. 41 keeps is going to take me, on average, probably another 36 weeks of just playing Friday resets. I did Saturday nights too and probably ran with a Zerg, maybe 20 weeks. But it's not as close as people think it is. If I was actively in World versus World leading groups to take keeps, yeah, it would be faster. But this 25 achievement points is just going to sit here. But other than that, I've earned, another, what is it? 31 achievement? 31 achievement points is what it is. I always forget what it is. But I've already earned another 31 achievement points just passively getting the other stuff done for the tiers, right? So, like, that's the stuff you search for. How long would it take to get 250 keeps done, right? And that earns you 16 achievement points. Another 250 is going to get you another 15. Like, you got to look at it that way. Maybe I don't have to do all the tiers to get a good chunk of achievement points and move on. Finishing it out always gives you another massive amount of achievement points, but like that's years down the road for some of this stuff. Like literally 30 some weeks here for 41 of these is more than half a year still for me. And I've been playing for how many years, right? To get 56 achievement points. But this is an outlier. This is competitive modes. They do that for all sorts of stuff. Like Edge of the Mist, these are ridiculous, right? This is back in the day when they were making it as ridiculous as possible. But like if we go into other competitive modes like player versus player and that kind of stuff, if I go into like the back piece stuff and you have to win so many times and you have to do that stuff, like these things compound though when you're doing like the ascension and stuff. As you get the metas done, those achievement points add up really fast. PvP gives you a lot of achievement points for doing the things that you're supposed to be doing in PvP, which makes their achievements so much better than World versus Worlds, which is just things are gonna add up over time. Numbers go up. So it's just one of those things. Like just doing the objectives on the map, killing people, winning, is gonna get you achievement points in PvP. I mean, I don't know what all this other stuff is, but like going and doing the activity of the day that some of you were doing during the daily process, this is fucking grind all to hell. And some people grinded this shit out and they don't play the game anymore. They were on that leaderboard, but they fucking killed themselves doing this shit. It's just not worth it. This should have never been 1,000 stills the crabs. It should have never been. You should have saw the World versus World goddamn achievements before they changed them. Like, I don't think you understand that back in the day, it wasn't 2,500 Dalyak escorts. It was calculated it would have taken over 8 years of actively playing. So many hours a day to finish one achievement, 56 achievement points. ArenaNet does not do math. So when it comes to achievements, if you do not care, but you need achievement points, right? You don't care about like what achievements you're getting. Search for the ones that are going to take the shortest amount of time, or maybe you can just buy them or whatever. Because if you spend any time trying to do the monkey dance or the dog and pony show, you will burn out in this game. It's matter of fact. Same thing with Super Adventure Box when that was around and everybody was doing the tribulation mode. And then a lot of them, where are they now? Like, I stopped doing tribulation mode. It's not worth it. I stopped doing like World 2 achievements. It's not worth it. World 3 achievements really aren't worth it. A lot of those are just obscure nonsense that they're just adding in. The achievements themselves are just bad. And in the 11 and a half years this game has existed, it hasn't really improved. It just got to a bad place and just stayed there. It's just kept that status quo. And it's not like some of the achievements aren't really easy, but that's what I'm talking about. Which one is it? This achievement right here. So there's 20 achievement points by using to damage gates. This is absolutely a bad achievement that they gave to the Warclaw stuff. So I'm glad it wasn't a part of it. But like I cannot tell you just how bad some of these achievements are because they're not doing the math and they're not understanding it's counterintuitive to what the player should be doing in the game mode that they're putting that achievement in. PvP, a lot of what you have to do in those achievements is what you should be doing. Winning, which are stupid achievements anyways, but you know, capturing the point, defending the point, neutralizing the point, right? Going and doing the mechanics on the map, like using the, you know, the catapult or whatever, right? Like, those achievements mostly make sense in PvP. It's probably the best place for achievements, and you get a lot of achievement points really quickly. I used to love PvP, so a lot of my achievement points did come from PvP. Let alone nowadays for things like raids, they now have those what they call baby boosts, some people, but they now give you boons to go back. You can actually get some of these achievements that before you may not have thought you were capable of getting. I really need to do Wing 6 at some point. But like, I went back and was playing with my guildies and I got a bunch of achievements done. I don't know if I got a lot of this, but some of it you have to actively go after these. A lot of these achievements are just shit. They're absolutely counterintuitive to play and what you want to do in those raids. Whoever develops this stuff, whoever does it, they're just not good at their job. Or they're intentionally trying to make things hard for players to get achievement points, which again is not fun, so I don't get it. I really don't. I really feel like it's like the R&D department of ArenaNet, where they send people who can't really do their job well in other places, but they're not bad enough to fire. That's how it feels. Like, they're able to make things that are good once in a while, but then a lot of the time, the stuff they make, people really don't like it one way or the other, or don't like it at all, but it's not enough to say it's bad. But for me, I see the writing on the wall, and it's not worth going after achievement points anymore. One of my goals this year is to up my achievement points to 45,000. That's mostly because I don't want it to fall too far back, and I do like the account bonuses. And 400 free gems, 30 free gold, and 10 laurels with the Unstoppable Achiever title. That looks good to me. I'm close enough to it that, yeah, maybe there are some achievements that I can quickly get out of the way. Plus, with all the new content coming through with the expansions, it's much easier now to get achievement points. But not when they're just not fun to do. You know, like... And there's so many achievements that you need to go get other achievements for now. It's just getting worse, actually, now that I think about it. Like, I just can't tell you. Like, get 1,000 kills on the new weapons for some of these. They're not balanced at all. None of this is balanced. They just chose a number and sent it out there. I cannot tell you how annoying it is to get 1,000 kills on every weapon. Yes, it can be fast. Some people know how to do it in half an hour, but I'd rather go fucking bash my head through a wall than spend half an hour doing the exact same thing over and over and over. There's just no need for an MMO to have it. Unless that thing is giving you a lot of rewards. But 5 achievement points and what? What is the thing? An abomination box, weapon box, a skin? I don't know. A new look is extremely expensive to get this Skyscale skin. Again, it's just so disappointing when I see this. And they've also started to lock so many achievements behind complete whatever. It's really hard to see what I can plan for down the road. You can't plan these achievements. Luckily, we have the wiki and someone's done the work, or somebody has data mined the stuff out, because sometimes people aren't willing to do the work. There are achievements out there people have not gotten, right? Or very few have, but they're not filling in the wiki. That stuff has to be data mined for it to end up on the wiki. I want you to know that. Like, this is the area of the game that needs to be worked on the most, in my opinion. Besides this. The fucking guild panel is atrocious. There's no information. I have no idea who's doing what. Like, the fucking, just this, I don't need to see this bottom shit for the guild index anymore, because I have a level 69 guild right there. I mean, it's just, like, oh yeah, the attributes here for what? Message of the day just gets eaten away by, like, what is this? They need to fix this for sure. There's something that needs quality of life. It's the fucking guild panel, but man, the achievements are struggling. And since they continue to use that system every expansion, year after year now, it's gonna be just as bad, if not worse. So expect more of the bullshit. We will not simply just be able to make the legendary spear or the legendary back piece. I am not going to make that back piece, probably no matter what it is, because I already have a legendary back piece. The spear I'll look at, but more than likely what's going to end up happening is I'm going to go make the Gen 1 spear. And I don't remember the name of the precursor. No. Oh? Ha? I don't remember the name. Fuck. Give me a moment. See what long COVID did? See what long COVID fucking did? I used to know the name of that precursor, and it's just gone. Embarrassing, really. These are all my spears. They're all my spears that I've ever earned. This is the legendary right here. Where's the precursor? Why can't I think of what the precursor is? In all those years, I told people, you better get the spear skins anyways. And the fact that they gave us a retro spear skin, I don't know. I don't see it. There it is. Oh, it's not a K, it's a C. Ah. Why my mind wasn't working. There it is. 314 gold for that precursor. 314 gold. Should definitely look at the collection to see if it's more expensive or not, as it may not be. Actually, I'm gonna look at it right now. I'm gonna go ahead, go to Guild Wars 2 efficiency. I'm gonna go ahead to crafting. I'm gonna go ahead and search for an item. What's it called? I'm gonna put it in the crafting calculator. And it's gonna tell me to make it, the cost is only 243 gold. Use my own materials. Instant buy. Gonna cost me 35 silver and 20 copper, because I have to buy some stuff if I was to make it on my own through the collections. So it's about 32 gold in my own materials is what it says. Savings compared to buying, I will save 314 gold. I would profit 200 and something gold. Let me look at what this takes. So what do I need to buy? Oh, shards of glory. Oh, and then I have to unlock all the other stuff. But like, I would just have to buy 10 shards of glory, and that's it to craft it. So you may actually be able to craft it much cheaper, which is obvious. So just be looking into that kind of stuff. And if that's the case, I would just go ahead and make another spear that way, more than likely, since they're gonna let us have 4 of them. Buying the precursor just isn't worth it, I don't think. But do I have 314 gold and 99 silver and 90 copper? Yeah, I got 1,700. I can buy multiple of these, sure. I could probably put in a 300 gold buy order to save a little bit of gold and get 5 of them if I really wanted. But I'd probably have the materials to make the Gen 1 legendary spear pretty easily. Now, if the new legendary spear looks interesting and it's not overcomplicated and that kind of stuff, which I just doubt. I doubt they're gonna just make it really simple to make. They're gonna make us jump through hoops more than likely. But if they don't, then I'll probably make it. But other than that, like the interest, because of how tier 2 obsidian armor played out in SotO, for Janther Wilds, it's just not as interesting to me to make legendary stuff. Especially when I already have it. And if somebody's like, but what are you going to use underwater if you don't have the spear? Well, first of all, on Necro, the spear underwater is just not as good as the trident. So, you know, in my opinion. Even when you're doing physical things, the trident's just better. The spear is more of a physical hitter and that kind of thing. But let me tell you something about that. I just go into Reaper Shroud and I just do more damage than what the spear does because it hasn't been adjusted. You just got 39,170 AP. What the hell did you do? I just noticed that. That was 19 minutes ago. All at once, 39,000, over 39,000 achievement points. You just got that. Now, I know what you're saying. You should have stream days. We are going to have... I don't know, I missed so many comments. We are going to have, later this year, towards the end of the year in November, we'll have the first update for Janther Wilds. So we'd already play the expansion. We'd come back to Janther Wilds for the first update, and then we're going to go achievement hunting if I don't have 45,000 achievement points. And I'll talk about how that's going to happen and that kind of stuff. But I really hope they are learning from their stuff, but there are still underlying systems that ArenaNet needs to work on. How they can make it better, like, I can say what I like, but at the same time, I shouldn't have to go to an NPC. Like, you shouldn't have to do this to get your tier 2 legendary armor. In my opinion. This is stupid. And there shouldn't be a way to pay for it either. That's stupid too. Because the collection shouldn't exist. Just shouldn't exist. But anyways, it's been about an hour and 20 minutes of rage. But overall, we've talked about the story, we've talked about the blog post, we've talked about SotO in general. SotO was not a disappointment because everything that's happening here is sort of new. The system's new, even to the players, that kind of stuff. It's just the MMO itself is plagued by an aging engine and an aging systems in that engine. And just an aging company. And it's going to come down to, can ArenaNet not reinvent themselves, but renew the ambition and then keep it in check in a way that gets rid of all the riffraff, the complexity, and just the muddiness in the gears, you know? Like, can they streamline what they're good at to deliver content so good that it is undeniably seen as replayable? Because nothing is more fun, I think, than showing up to metas you enjoy doing. Showing up to a raid you think is fun. A fractal. Whatever else, you know, like what you enjoy as content should be enjoyable. And when someone doesn't enjoy the content, they should feel like they're not forced to play it. That's where it comes into play or that NPC would be really nice. Like, I'm not going to be able to do the strike mission, right? Same thing. I hate that people have to go into World versus World to get the gift of battle. It's so goddamn stupid. It's a dumb argument. They should just be able to buy it. You should just be able to buy it. I'll say it again. You should just be able to buy the gift of battle. Outright. Just buy it. I don't care with really. Just gold. Let's make it 100 gold. Pfft, throw it out there. Fuck it. Because I just think it's stupid to force people into content in this day and age, in 2024. Right? Because you're going to play it or you're not going to play it. And people aren't making legendaries because of this weird complexity of that bullshit. I'm not going to make tier 2 legendary armor now because of the complexity of them giving me a cop-out, first of all, that I could pay for because I'm a wealthy son of a bitch in the game. But at the same time, I know it shouldn't exist that way. Like, there's no reason for a payout for that because it should just literally be more of the map currency, which I really thought it was just going to be more of the essence and the map currency, and that's it. I was so sold on it, I didn't realize there was more to it. And if I did, I just threw it away until, again, when I saw it today. Like, again, ArenaNet needs to see less is more. Also, getting the gift of battle, you spend such a short amount of time in World versus World now because I'm just going to give you shared participation and get you the reward without you playing. You're going to have your boost on, and it's so fucking fast to get it done now that you're only going to spend maybe 2 hours in World versus World getting your gift of battle anyways. I see no reason for people to work harder in PvE to get the gift of battle because they're not showing up for 2 hours in World versus World. That's stupid. That is a dumb competitive mentality. That is old school nonsense that doesn't belong in 2024. And if you disagree with me, it's because you're a fucking boomer of gaming. You're sitting in the past. It is time to move on because we need to streamline players able to come into the game, get their shit done, and join us for the next thing. Because if ArenaNet doesn't do that, it's going to leave more and more players behind with this new system. Every new expansion is going to leave people behind. It's going to divide, segregate, and soon the community is going to be so spread out that people are just going to revolt against the game, and they're going to see their numbers drop, and then they're just going to blame the player base because they're not going to realize that they're not streamlining enough of the old systems and forgetting this just shit that lies in our mind as it should be done. You should not be forced to play content that you don't enjoy. But you should also not be forced to have to play content that you've already enjoyed. That's where we're at in 2024. But the gaming industry is competing for your time, and they want you to waste it with them because it makes their numbers look good for the stock markets. That's it. This is why I tell people to buy indie games. But since ArenaNet's not really Blizzard or freaking Square Enix or whatever they're called now. I always forget if it changes yet or not. I don't remember. Who cares? You change your name 50 fucking times in mergers. That's your goddamn problem. But my point is that ArenaNet feels like the indie dev of MMOs. They really do. They're not copy-paste with the features and stuff. That's why I can look forward to housing and stuff now. That's why I can look forward to spears. Because they are going to try to make it the best it can be. The problem is they're old. They're old. Every developer. Like, I saw in WoW that they're going to make improvements to their new Dragonflight, but their sky scale is just getting improvements to streamline so players don't have to work so hard to get their mount to do the things that people want it to do. And I was just reading this article about like what they're streamlining, and I'm thinking the entire time, like, duh. Like, duh. No shit. These WoW players don't want to spend their time working on a mount to get it to the point for it to do the very thing it's supposed to be doing, getting them from point A to point B so they can go do other things. Like the fucking new raids that you're so proud about, but they can't because they're so busy working on something they shouldn't be working on. Because you needed to fill their time with it, but now you're like, shit, nobody's showing up to the raids. Everybody's playing PvE. Anyways. But again, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people really enjoy ArenaNet. I don't know what the hell that was. I was trying to go to the forums here. Fixed an issue that prevented the portals and minions from resetting properly if a party was defeated in challenge mode of the Lonely Tower Fractal. Hungering Darkness fixed an issue that caused this trait to pulse more quickly than intended in PvP. Fixed an issue that could allow challenge mode to be activated after players had already started and completed parts of the Lonely Tower Fractal. Yeah, I heard about this. So you could turn on or turn off challenge mode at certain points to get credit for challenge mode. Increased the base player capacity in guild halls and adjusted the thresholds to reduce the frequency of required instant changes. Nice! See, this is the shit I'm living for now. This is what I want to see. We need to see things like this. But now it's not going to ask me to change guild halls because there's 5 people in it, I hope. Now it's probably like 10. That's because when you try to like get everybody in for World versus World. Nice. All right. Cool. Awesome. All right, some final thoughts here. First of all, the Wizard's Tower sucked. I go back to Arborstone, and the reason that is simple. Because by the time I'm finished talking about this right here, I'm going to be loaded into Arborstone. And everything that I practically need is here in Arborstone. And Arborstone, I think, is, in general, just nicer to be around. I like the music more. I like the atmosphere more in Arborstone. Minus the NPC telling me, you know, a den of iniquity. But overall, just everything I need is in Arborstone. So the Wizard's Tower, not really the greatest place, because when you go to the Wizard's Tower, we're going to sit here and we're going to watch this loading screen for a good 20 to 30 seconds of our life. And it was never optimized, as far as I could tell. There's way too much shit in it. And my worry going forward in the next expansion is there's going to be another hub like this that needs another portal scroll, that needs another thing, right? And it's not just going to be our homestead. And we're going to constantly have to be loading in on a loading screen that's just going to do this. And a lot of the Wizard's Tower, there's just NPCs everywhere. It's bloated to hell. It's just nonsense. They're making you go here to make legendary armor and stuff. I just think the whole thing, I hope that goes away. Because this is weird. This is weird. Again, why can't we just be anywhere and make obsidian armor? When I can literally forge legendary weapons out of my pocket. I can open my backpack and get to a forge, right? Like, to make me come here and talk to NPCs and stuff like that, and we have all these other hubs, you know, we even have Eye of the North, right? And Eye of the North, I thought, was going to become the hub, because, and maybe it was, but again, End of Dragons had to happen. But Eye of the North, even its loading screen is very quick, right? And the fact that I have tons of NPCs here, and the crafting tables, and the bank, and there's pinatas here. I mean, kaboom. Do it. Right? Like, the Wizard's Tower, when it comes to a hub, just not my favorite. There's a lot of interesting things in there. I get it was worked on, blah, blah, blah. But really, in all honesty, they spent too much time working on it. I wish they sort of worked on other maps or something, or put that stuff in other maps. Because I would rather have discovered it out in the open world than my hub just be full of just a wizard school of nonsense that takes forever to load. I'm trying to think of another one. Like, even if I go to Divinity's Reach here, You know, we're going into an entire city. Base players can be in Divinity's Reach. Look how fast it is to load. It's quick. Wizard's Tower, I mean, just to get the portal scroll took enough time for it or whatever, but I just don't think it was necessary. So, anyways, and I like Arborstone because there's a skill point I can just immediately do every day to earn currency and stuff. Wizard's Tower, I don't know. We have that NPC we're going to have to buy from, but it's just weekly. So, again, I just don't like it. Some other things, just thinking about it. The Sky Scale, probably the best part. Fireballs are amazing. The changes to the mounts are amazing. Trying to think. The masteries, they were so just unique to the thing. There's not much to talk about there. What else? Trying to think of other features we really haven't talked about. You know? There's just SotO was so not it in a way. But it wasn't terrible, you know? But ArenaNet's still falling for the same old traps. The grind is real. Just a lot of things that, content-wise, I don't know. I just don't feel like it delivered the right kind of content to keep us interested every update. I think the raids are going to be interesting, but what else is the other players going to get? Is the 50-man version of it going to be that interesting? Convergences are coming back for that. I'm really interested to see what from SotO goes with us from here, because I feel like most of what they added is just SotO. Like, you just got to find it in SotO, and that's it. Like, those systems aren't going with us. Those masteries aren't going with us. You know, except the Sky Scale stuff and those kind of things, thank God. But, like, most of it's just going to be, did you do it in SotO? No, you don't have it. Like, that's it. And that's going to suck. Again, how divided is the community going to get? It's got to be weird that people are going to buy Janther Wilds and they didn't buy SotO, so they're not going to have a Sky Scale, but they're going to have a War Claw. Is the War Claw going to hold up to a Sky Scale? Because my biggest problem playing on a base account is that the base account doesn't have a mount, and it's hard to keep up with all the other expansions that have mounts. I mean, that's it. Like, doing Jormag is impossible on my core account sometimes, because I can't damage Jormag in the second phase without dying. And if I die, I don't get credit for the event. So, like, accounts are gonna have to be streamlined. Again, I do not think ArenaNet knows the full weight of what they're doing just yet. But I think by the third expansion in this system, so not Janther Wilds, but the one after that, I think we're going to start seeing players either drop off or players start to voice how impossible it is to keep up, or how they feel like they're getting locked out of so much content and features that it's just not fun anymore. Yeah. I mean, and if it's not the third, it's going to be the fourth. And if it's not the fourth, it's definitely going to be the fifth. But I think this is good for ArenaNet, but I also do not think this is good for ArenaNet. All at the same time. In SotO, as much as I believe in the blog post and I believe the devs are learning, I just do not think they understand the weight of not fixing those old systems. Like the achievements and stuff like that, to make them more interesting, more obtainable, accessible, achievable. And that kind of stuff. Making the metas want to be... The metas just need to be fun, but right now it just feels like a bash fest. Like the one we played today for Zacharios or whatever it's called. It just feels like a spam fest of doing riffs, closing the riffs, while a bunch of people beat up the guy in the middle, and then it's a Leviathan, so you get eaten every once in a while, and you just have to kill the champ inside, and then you go wash yourself off because you just got eaten by a monster. That's what that whole event is. I mean, that's how easy to explain it. The emotions and stuff like that, again, it falls short because the lore and story and stuff falls short. But, like, I hope ArenaNet knows it's not because I want them to fail that I say these things either. Because I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can make this work and make it work well. But there's just old things continuing to play the ArenaNet company that makes it ArenaNet. You know you're playing ArenaNet content because of how it feels when you come across it, because of that just weird thorniness to it. That needs to go. And as we see quality of life stuff, maybe that will continue to help ease that up to the point where maybe the other thorniness just doesn't matter anymore. But at this point, there's like so many of the windows and panels and things, they have not aged well. The looking for group system just hasn't aged well. That when we get into things like SotO, no matter how great the content is, sadly it's never going to be a 10 out of 10 because Guild Wars 2 itself, just as a whole, is not a 10 out of 10. You know, it's an 8.5 out of 10 just overall. And if you add an expansion that's a 9 out of 10, it's going to get pulled back immediately because the average says so. But at the same time, there is a reason I put 16,000 hours into one account. I think this account's closing in on 16,000 hours alone. So I've probably played a lot more than that with my alt accounts. It's just, there's a lot of good things happening. Most of it is good. It's 70% of it. It's that other 30% that continues to plague what we could get in the future. But, you know, seeing like a Sims 4 developer working on the housing system, that sort of hypes me up because now it makes sense why they're excited to show us the housing system, because it now looks like we're getting a better way to decorate or a better system to decorate or whatever, because they kept iterating that in the blog post, right? They kept saying decorating. And then you had this dev come out on Twitter saying, hey, I worked on Sims 4 and I've been working on the new housing system. I can't wait to show you. That's exciting stuff there. Like, that's true ArenaNet too. There's a lot of exciting things to be excited about. But as a jaded vet, this old school stuff like the achievement problems and that kind of thing, it's at the forefront of our minds still, and it just continues to force that distrust. And, you know, it's just something I can't say I know what the answer is to it. I wish I could sit there and be like, ArenaNet, just do this, right? Because I don't think it's that simple for game developers. Trust me. I think the things they make is stupid, but the process to get it where it is wasn't. And that's what sucks. Because I know energy, time, freaking blood, sweat, and tears have gone into the game, and it really sucks to have it reduced down to that. But at the end of the day, yeah, that's what ends up happening. Because, like, if I go make a bottle of juice, if I don't make good juice, it doesn't matter how much research I went into every bit of it, what I'm putting into it, what the bottle's made out of, you know, the people behind the design of the bottle and why it's biodegradable. None of that matters if the juice doesn't taste good at the end, or after a couple bottles people don't like it. You know, like, that's sadly the truth of it all. The product is the result of your hard work, and sometimes the product isn't a 10 out of 10, a 9 out of 10, an 8 out of 10. It's just not. But it doesn't mean your next one can't. And it doesn't mean because I sit here and get pissed off and call it stupid that it truly is stupid. It may only just seem stupid to me because I know the potential of it is there. And that's why I know this game has always been plagued by that potential. So if ArenaNet can finally start reaching into that potential and producing something and keeping their devs in the spotlight and keeping the information flowing and the transparency, I do think over time, as a company, they will be seen very differently. And even the last 3 years, I have started to see them differently, but a lot of people have not. So they need to keep at it. It will happen. Josh Davis is going to get it there if they just keep consistently doing it and improving the pain points and that kind of thing. I believe in it. But SotO itself, I think it's done. I think they will fix some things still, like the fractals and that kind of stuff. But I do think about a month out, we won't see any changes to SotO. It will be what it is. I'll probably bump it back up to 7.5 out of 10. But at the end of the day, yeah, it'll just be that expansion sitting at 7.5 out of 10 for me. That I got most of the stuff done in, and I'll be playing Janther Wilds, you know? Trying to think of anything else. I don't think so. I think that's the final statement, or my opinion, or whatever. What I do hope going forward is that Janther Wilds is fun, that we get a story that's a little more recognizable in the sense of NPCs, allies, enemies. We're going to get some new enemies, and I hope the spears are fun on every class and that kind of stuff. But there's already some things I'm just not looking forward to, like the legendary spear and the back piece and that kind of thing, because of just what the obsidian armor ended up being, you know? So if they saw things in the obsidian armor that they didn't like I saw today, maybe it's not going to be there. And that would be great, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to change that much. I think it's going to be more story oriented and map oriented is where we're going to see most of the changes, because that's really what was pointed out in the blog post. And so, but the thing is, maybe that translates to better meta events, better flow, and that kind of thing, and maybe better achievements. We never know until we get there. And I am looking forward to it. So, yeah, that's it. That's it. We will not have another episode of Guild Wars 2, another show of Guild Wars 2 until July almost. Galka, you have a great evening. Just to let you know, it'll be, because it's June 5th now. Yeah, it'll be almost July the next time, because we're not going to do world restructuring, but there's like balance patches and other things that might happen from here until the next expansion. It's going to be weird to try to figure out content to cover until the expansion, but you know, as an ArenaNet partner, I'm going to have to figure that out, because we will have news about the expansion that I'll be able to cover. But it's just got to be blog posts and maybe some live stuff on Twitch and things like that. But I don't really cover balance too much because there's smarter people than me that cover that. More organized people. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. But yeah. It was good to come look at all this stuff again, though. I'm glad I got it all out of my system. I'm mad about it, but at the same time, like, we're moving on. Closure. Any mods looking at chat, I appreciate you as always. If you came in through chat, I appreciate you. If you listen to me rage, I appreciate you even more. The beta, June 27th. Oh yeah, the spear beta. That's what we'll be back for. I couldn't remember exactly what we were going to be back for, but for sure. We're going to test out the spear on all the classes. Yeah, June 27th through the 30th. June 27th is a Thursday, by the way, so it goes through the weekend. But we'll probably either do it on that Thursday or Friday at the end of the month, because we're doing Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow and Friday and maybe Saturday, and then Monday or Tuesday. I don't know how more Tears of the Kingdom are going to happen, but then we're going to get into Final Fantasy X. It looks like we'll get Final Fantasy X done. And then Guild Wars 2, we'll be playing other games and stuff in July. July will also have the Festival of the Four Winds. So we will have three shows in June for Guild Wars 2. What the hell? So closure is good, yeah. It doesn't mean I won't be playing SotO stuff off of stream, by the way. I still want to get the meta done for the achievement and that kind of stuff. So I should get some more achievement points and things. It just means I won't be doing another show over SotO content. Overall, I feel like the entire playlist had a lot of disappointment in it, but, you know, it is what it is. But that's because I'm looking for greatness, you know? And when you don't find the greatness and it's just good, you know, good is okay. But I want true ArenaNet. I want those, you know, the line from Krisha, and I want good story and stuff. And I know ArenaNet can do it. They just don't deliver it at the full potential, and it's just like, come on. It's like watching a family member play a sport, and they're playing professionally, and they're like a kicker on the like football team, right? American football, and they kick the field goal, and you're like, yeah. And then they have to do the 50-yard field goal, right? 50 yards to win the game, and they kick, and it just falls either short or too far to the left, and you're just like, but they're professional football player. So I'll come back and watch the next game. And that's sort of how it feels. Like, because you know they're going to hit a 50. You know it's going to happen. It's just it doesn't happen enough. So you just create this thing in your head like, they're not a bad football player, but they're not the greatest football player. But at the same time, you've seen them hit a 75-yarder, so you're like, what the hell? I don't know. I think potential's poison, though. It's like nostalgia. I think you have to, like, push that out of your head. Like, just because you see the potential doesn't mean you should hold a company to that potential. So, I don't know. Everything I say is take it with a grain of salt. That's it. Like, subscribe, dislike, whatever. People were disliking yesterday's show. I don't know why, but okay. I don't remember what I said to make people that upset, but I don't care. Thank you for the engagement. Is there anything else? No, we're back in Tears of the Kingdom. We'll be in that. Final Fantasy X. Talk about the rest of the month. Let's get out of here. Get out of here. Dang, over 5 hours again? We'll see how people like this one. But as always, I leave you with this. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. We're all we got. Have a great night, day, evening, morning, afternoon. Whatever time it is. Make it great. If you're going to bed, sleep well. Get that rest. You will need it. Trust me. If I don't see you for the rest of this month, let's say this month, have a great start to your summer. Or winter if you're on the southern hemisphere, but just enjoy your June as best as you can. I know 2024 is going to get crazy. We're a few months away here in getting into election season and that kind of stuff. You're going to hear me talk about that stuff more than likely here. I know politics, but I think it's very important for people to go out and vote and get their voice heard and that kind of stuff. So that's going to start happening sooner than you hope. But I'm not going to try to be annoying with it. I'm just going to be like, yo, go do this thing. I don't care. I don't care what's going on in your head, because the most important thing is I just don't think people voice their stuff enough. That's it, okay? But anyways, along with that, if you're not voting and you just need noise in the background, don't forget about the VODs. Also, if you want to try the game, that kind of stuff, links in the doobly-doo if you want to support me. And that's it. I'm out of here. Good luck to you. Bye. I didn't mean to make it sound weird at the end, like, oh, good luck, you know, with life, you know. Sorry. Okay, bye.